in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-298-7182. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182. 800-298-7182.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson with Kayal and Company with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com. Walter Sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you suffer a work injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say there are never, ever any upfront fees, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Taylor Riggs, and this is the Fox Business Report.
It is Reciprocal Tariff Day. President Trump calling it Liberation Day. At 4 p.m., he's scheduled to introduce new tariffs against countries he says will make America wealthy again. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says the days of the U.S. getting ripped off by other countries who have their markets closed to our goods is over.
The lack of reciprocity contributes to our large and persistent annual trade deficit that's gutted our industries and hollowed out key workforces.
On Wall Street Tuesday, a mixed day. The Dow down 12, the S&P 500 up 21, the NASDAQ gained 151. The president also holding a meeting today about possible investors who could buy a stake in TikTok. Its Chinese parent company ByteDance faces a Saturday deadline to sell or be shut down in America. The president promising a deal before that. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Trump is very angry with Russian President Vladimir Putin. That's at least what President Trump said in an interview with NBC News over the weekend. On Monday, in the Oval Office, the president said he still believes his Russian counterpart will negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine in good faith.
I want to see him make a deal so that we stop Russian soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers and other people from being killed, but mostly it's Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing at least 2,500 human beings, beautiful human beings, a week.
President Trump says he is considering secondary tariffs on countries that purchase Russian oil, a way to dramatically reduce demand of a major source of revenue for the Kremlin. But the president is also expressing frustration with Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, accusing him of renegotiating a deal for U.S. control of rare earth minerals.
They're now saying, well, I'll only do that deal if we get into NATO or something to that effect. Well, that was never, number one, discussed. Number two, I think it's going to be very long before Putin. They said you're not going into NATO. And it could be, that's probably the reason the war started, actually.
President Trump is suggesting a call soon with Putin.
I think it's more than just art of the deal, Donald Trump trying to put pressure on both parties. I think what he's experiencing is that Putin and Russia and generally really quite obstinate on a lot of these details.
Michael Allen served on the National Security Council for President George W. Bush.
Ironically enough, Zelensky, even after and despite that big Oval Office meeting, has said that he's open to a ceasefire without conditions. And Putin hasn't gone that far. Now, Zelensky could have been shrewd and agreed to it, knowing Putin would never agree. But I think Donald Trump wants to be able to work both parties, but I kind of think he's genuinely annoyed and concerned that Russia is really being recalcitrant here, and he's trying to figure out the right combination of pressure and carrots, so carrots and sticks, to get Putin to take all this seriously.
Is this a tactic by especially the Russian side to kind of slow walk all of this?
I think that's part of it. I don't think that they are interested in a ceasefire. Both parties, by the way, are trying to paint the other party as the one that is delaying or engaging in dilatory tactics. I think Russia, even with all of the limitations it has, is still making some progress. I call it incremental progress. In fact, I think the rate at which they're taking land has shrunk, is less than it was, say, late last year. But at the same time, I don't see any real prospect of Putin wanting to let up hostilities. I know that he wants economic relief. I know that he wants to be able to have a freer hand in the oil trade, but at the same time, I don't know that he wants to give up hostilities quite yet. It may be fine as far as energy infrastructure, which he agreed to. He also agreed to the sort of moratorium in the Black Sea. But, the main event, the center ring, is the land war, and I don't know that he wants to stop that anytime soon.
And both countries have accused the other of not really abiding by either of those ceasefires.
That's right. This is going to be very complicated to measure and monitor going forward if they're able to, especially if they do the land war ceasefire. There's going to be covert activity in the rest.
I mean, to that point, the sort of dynamics here that were at play when this invasion began still remain, right? Russia still believes that Ukraine's acceptance into NATO, or at least NATO allied country support, is a threat to them. Ukraine still believes that it is not going to give up any territory that was taken by force from Russia. Those dynamics haven't changed over the last 3 years, have they?
No, I mean, I might even go a step further. I mean, I believe that Putin's irreducible minimum is that he doesn't want Ukraine to exist as a Western-oriented country. Some people will go farther and say that Ukraine ought to be a completely part of Russia. I think he could be satisfied if he had another Ukrainian leader that didn't want to join NATO or the EU, but generally speaking, I think Putin thinks that this is, of course, is in his sphere of influence, and he's not looking forward at all to a future where they have any real sovereignty over what they're doing. Now, I agree with you. It's also very difficult for Zelensky to admit, and I doubt he will formally admit in a future document that he's not going to be able to get Crimea back. But I think they can eventually get there as long as they left the status of some of this Ukrainian territory vague. But you're right, it's hard for Zelensky as well. He doesn't want to signal to his people that he's willing to give up formally 20% of the Ukrainian territory that's been taken since 2014. So this is big, big issues that I think you're right to flag that are going to totally obstruct moving forward with the comprehensive peace agreement.
The other aspect of this that seems to have taken a step back, at least publicly, is the status of this minerals deal, right? The U.S. and Ukraine were on the verge of the U.S. at least having some role, some monetary role in the development of these rare earth minerals. President Trump accuses President Zelensky of kind of going back on that. How critical is that component to a broader ceasefire?
So I think it's really important for President Trump, and I know Zelensky knows that. I think Zelensky also, however, has to worry about his own, political flank. If it looks like he is conceding to provisions that are exploitative and that the United States is going to take all the money or all the minerals or whatever, I think that's a problem politically for Zelensky. And I think it's something we here in the United States ought to account for. I know we can drive a hard bargain. We do have leverage over the Ukrainians, and I do want us to have access to these critical minerals. But if it is seen as absolutely running over the Ukrainians, I think that's a big political problem for them, and we ought to take that into account as we try and negotiate something.
Is it a political problem for President Trump?
I don't think so. I mean, I think Trump is able to point to this as like a political trophy of, hey, I'm always looking out for the bottom line for the United States. We've spent money there, but I'm ensuring that we can recoup some of that money through a minerals deal. Trump thinks it's also a tangible example of a security assurance. I don't think the Ukrainians quite believe that, because they believe that just if there's American presence, that won't necessarily deter the Russians. But that's Trump's position. I think the Ukrainians can buy some goodwill with the president by agreeing to something. And I hope there's some flexibility on both sides that they can come to an agreement soon.
When you were serving on the National Security Council, how concerned were you guys about the status of Greenland? Are they susceptible to invasion?
Well, back then, honestly, I didn't hear a lot about it. The Arctic issues were certainly beginning to come up, so Greenland would be referenced in terms of just what are the Russians doing up in the Arctic. But no, I don't remember hearing about this a lot. I do think that this is something that Trump is very interested in, and there are rationales that are passable, that make a lot of sense. And I think that people that are just blindly mocking Trump for being interested in Greenland are barking up the wrong tree.
Greenland is a Danish territory, and Denmark is a NATO member. So isn't there already kind of a level of U.S. security, that umbrella sort of over Greenland?
So I think so, but I'm a pro-NATO guy, and I think that Article 5 does apply there. And Trump obviously thinks it's in our security interest with or without NATO, and I'm glad he does. I'm glad that he sees this as important, because honestly, it's an admission, and the vice president said as much last week too, it's an admission that the Russians have all sorts of designs on not just the United States or our position in the world, which we contend all the time when we talk about their alliance with China, but they also have a lot of intentions about the Arctic and the presence that they have there, the importance of the sea lanes that traverse that region. And I think it's a big, big issue, and Trump's right to focus on it.
So, I mean, what is the strategic importance of Greenland? Is it just its proximity to North America and the ability to kind of put naval assets so close to North America and to the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, in addition to the melting waters that make the Arctic Sea important and not wanting the Russians to dominate there, in addition to the critical minerals that are on the island, it's the approaches to the North Atlantic. And I know everyone's talking about Asia now, and appropriately so, but we aren't, of course, going to leave unguarded or lightly guarded an approach to the North Atlantic, which of course brings you right down here to the United States. So I think that's what he's after. I think he understands the geopolitical importance of it all. And I think that is why he's making maximalist demands, if you will, to try and set the conditions for maybe an agreement later down the road where not only does Denmark and maybe other NATO allies have more of a presence there, but certainly more of an American presence in addition to the air base that we already, or space base that we already have up there.
So that would be a military presence, right?
I think so. I mean, the president's...
I mean, because he talks a lot about the rare earths, too, so it seems like there might be an economic presence as well.
I totally agree with you. I think he, just like he's interested in Ukrainian critical minerals, I think he's also interested in everything that Greenland has to offer. So I do think there's an economic dimension to it. There's a geopolitical security angle to it. And I think Trump also is about, you know, manifest destiny, if you will. He wants to have a greater say on things here in our hemisphere, and he looks up at Greenland and thinks that's a key approach.
We will continue to watch all of that, and we'll continue to check in with you. Michael Allen, always appreciate your insight and your analysis. Have a great week.
Thanks for having me. Talk to you later.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference, Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit Visit DKAppliances.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing. Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Sue Guzman, Democratic-backed Susan Crawford wins Wisconsin Supreme Court seat, defeating Brad Schimmel, who was backed by President Trump and Elon Musk.
Wisconsins stood up and said loudly that justice does not have a price. Our courts are not for sale.
Wisconsin voters also enshrining the state's voter ID law into the state constitution. Republicans have won 2 special elections in Florida, bolstering the slim margin in the House of Representatives for the GOP. Actor Val Kilmer has died.
The kid needs Maverick. That's why I fought for you.
The actor, best known for his roles in Top Gun, The Doors, and Batman Forever, was 65. He'd been battling throat cancer for several years. His daughter says the cause of death was pneumonia. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
2 all-time athletes took center stage Tuesday night. In the NBA, Steph Curry went off, scoring 52 points in Golden State's win over the Grizzlies, while knocking down 12 of his 20 attempts from beyond the arc. Curry had 32 points in the first half, while making 8 of 10 shots from 3. In the NHL, history is right around the corner for Alex Ovechkin. Ovechkin is 4 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's career record, scoring in the first period of Washington's 4-3 victory over the Bruins. Ovechkin has scored 12 goals in his last 18 games, with just 8 games remaining on the Capitals' regular season schedule. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This is a giant win for LeBron James. Stephen A. Smith, based on that first audio clip, needs his kicked by LeBron James or someone else.
He's begging for it. Don't worry about it.
Also, like the stuff he's bringing up, I mean, I'm not going to get personal, but let's talk about why you weren't at someone's funeral or why you weren't at the Hall of Fame induction or what you said or asked when your son had cardiac arrest. What the hell is he doing? The worst possible thing on that, if I was ever a friend, if I'm LeBron James and I ever considered Stephen A. Smith even an acquaintance or a friend where I would talk about things with him and he's airing those things even in question form and trying to brag on himself like I didn't bring these things up.
It violates the code.
It violates every code, and I would kick the ever-loving out of it if I was LeBron James.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Nintendo Switch 2 will be unveiled in just hours, and CNET has looked at what motivates gamers to purchase a new gaming system. Nearly half, 46%, say the price is among the 3 most important factors, followed by their ability to play their favorite games and improvements to graphics. The Switch 2 is Nintendo's first new system since 2017. Roblox players will soon have another way to earn in-game perks. Watch a 30-second ad. The gaming platform that reaches 85 million daily users says it's teaming up with Google to generate more revenue from ads. It'll work with Nielsen and others to measure and select audiences. U.S. movie theaters want new films to be exclusive to movie theaters for at least 45 days before moving over to streaming. The industry is still trying to recover to pre-pandemic levels. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to new NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Only two things in life are certain, death and taxes. Well, now there's a third certainty. If you're with Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, you could be saving a fortune every single month if you switch to my cell phone provider, a veteran-owned company called Pure Talk. Now, that's right, Pure Talk, my sponsor, is cutting the fat from the wireless industry. For just $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk and text, 5 gigs of data on America's most dependable 5G network, and the average family of 4 saving over $1,000 a year when they switch to Pure Talk. That's real money in your pocket for the exact same service. And with Pure Talk, you have U.S. customer service representatives. They'll make the switch simple, fast, and free and easy. So do this. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, make the switch, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Again, pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, and you will start saving today. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans, for Americans.
You're on the hook to catch some NL East action at CBP when the Phils face the Marlins on Friday, April 18th at 6:45, Saturday, April 19th at 1:05, and Sunday, April 20th at 1:35. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. San Francisco visits Philadelphia when the Phils face the Giants at Citizens Bank Park for a 4-game set starting Monday, April 14th through Thursday, April 17th. Join the fun and get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1 if it's a burger. When it's got to be fresh, got to be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, April 2nd. Yes, indeed, it is Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist and Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Happy Liberation Day! Dawn Stenslin, good morning. How are you?
You need to filibuster for 24 more seconds.
24 more seconds? I can do that.
We start at 6 a.m.
That's true. Let me channel my inner Cory Booker here, who went for 24 hours, which is actually 3 points above the current Democrat congressional approval rating, according to Harry Enton of CNN. That number would be 21. Cory Booker, I think right now, sucking on throat lozenges, herbal tea, and perhaps in a coma.
He did interviews after that, by the way. He was on with Jake Tapper.
What did he take?
I don't know. Viagra?
Viagra?
No, I don't know that to be true.
80 ounces of Red Bull?
Well, they said that he couldn't take a pee break. The only time he could stop...
Did he have a gulpy cup?
The only time that he could stop is if one of his colleagues asked him a question. So there were times where his colleagues would ask questions and kind of filibuster to give him a second to...
Really pisses me off.
Even Randy Weingarten yesterday sent Cory Booker a text and said, would you STFU already?
He did it. He claims he did it to, to fire up his base. So once again, the spectacle that happened on the congressional floor yesterday was not for us.
No.
It was for the Democrats who was trying to wake up.
That's correct. What a show we have for you today. You can call it Liberation Day. You can call it Tariff Day. Either way, they go into effect. The discoveries made by the Labor Department in conjunction with DOGE over COVID relief funds that are going to come back to you, the taxpayer. We'll talk about that. Also, the House Judiciary Committee with the findings of the FBI with the Hunter Biden laptop story. We'll talk about that. I'm actually in a really good mood. A lot of good stories today. But I do have to start quickly here before we get to the news. And by the way, we're packed today. Tony Bruno, 7:45 for the cut sheet. Our Veteran Spotlight brought to you by Window Nation at 9:30. Phillies tickets at 9:50. But the Wisconsin Supreme Court election yesterday. All that money, I did the big take on it. All that money Elon Musk and his PAC spent. So what happened yesterday to all the Republican voters in the Badger State? Where were they?
Well, I'm waiting for the excuses today. Well, it doesn't really matter. No, this is going to this Supreme Court is going to redraw the congressional district lines in Wisconsin. That's going to affect Congress.
So here's your excuses.
Meaning the Republicans' majority.
So somebody will say, it was rigged. Somebody will say, well, the voters were unaware. The GOP in Wisconsin did not hold my hand and tell me where to go and what time to show up at. Or we'll just talk about how Florida Republicans kicked ass and we'll just omit the fact that Wisconsin lost. By the way, and this is not for this audience, but for the voters in the state of Wisconsin, you do realize that it's now possible that Hakeem Jeffries, Dollar Store Obama, could end up being Speaker of the House while the House is controlled by Republicans. Nice work. Maybe the Odyssey app doesn't work in Wisconsin, and they didn't hear my big take yet. And that's the excuse.
You know what I need to do? I need to go in and redo the Odyssey station in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
If there is one. I don't even know if there is one.
You guys, I used to work in one of my first TV stations was in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Great town.
So it's more heavily populated where this incumbent judge is. So Judge Crawford is an incumbent in a highly populated. It's also a college town. It's the state capital.
Yeah.
So people were activated there.
Also, sending out Elon Musk at this point, not a great idea. I'm just telling you. He's not super popular.
In fairness, too, though, I mean, it was projected, according to Polymarket, that Susan Crawford, the liberal, entering the opening of the polls yesterday, she had an 86% chance. So, Dawn, you're correct. I mean, she was the heavy favorite.
Yeah.
She did what she was supposed to do, but again, money doesn't buy you elections. And Republicans outspend Democrats, but to no avail. That's Wisconsin's problem for now. All right, let's get down to business. Round number 1. It's her final day before she heads off to Italy.
Woo.
And it's time for round 1 of the news with the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning. We have Kayal and Company News Live. We are sponsored this morning by Reynolds Restoration. It is Wednesday morning, April the 2nd, and a chilly morning at that, just in the 30s, as we talk about teen violence. So just as city leaders, by the way, were meeting last evening, have an emergency meeting. There was an 18-year-old shot in Philadelphia. Also, a man we're told has died after he was shot multiple times. This was behind an apartment in Philadelphia's Roxborough neighborhood. Happened before 10 o'clock last night near Ridge and Paoli Avenues. 32-year-old victim in this case, shot in the chest, as well as his core, his torso, leg, and this was behind Ridge Court Apartments. So he was rushed to the hospital, pronounced dead. 30 shell casings found at that scene near the right near the Roxborough, in a Roxborough neighborhood, which generally we don't see these types of shootings in Roxy. So they say they found 2 weapons, semi-automatic handgun, which quite frankly most handguns are semi-automatic, but a rifle as well. Police investigating whether the handgun, which is still at the scene, did that belong to the victim? So was the victim trying to defend himself against an attacker? So we're still following this one. Police looking for tips as they don't have much to go on, and reviewing the surveillance images as well. So we have that going on in Philadelphia. But like I say, remember Mayor Sherrell Parker holding the news conference and then also talking about, as well as the Trans Visibility Day, but also they were talking Monday about all the teen violence. And then they had another emergency meeting that happened yesterday, and they had another one of these type shootings. The first one I mentioned involving a teenager.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the upcoming days that Sherrell will implement into our city calendar of Teen Violence Awareness Week and lack of parental guidance or Fatherhood Month. You know, we have all these virtue signaling days of visibility for marginalized communities. How about we do something for minority on minority crime in big cities? Or does Black lives only matter when it's a white cop? I've always been perplexed by that. Maybe one day we'll get to the bottom of it. I never see white liberals going to rough areas in the city talking about the violence in the inner city. You ever notice that? They never leave Bluebell when it's black on black. They just stay in their little comfy confines.
Well, it's to your point, Nick, that part of, I think, what their emergency meeting was at the Finley Rec Center just yesterday, because they had all the kids shot. You remember we talked about yesterday and Monday about all these kids that, you had the Finley Rec Center, you have the Lonnie Young Playground on East Chelton Avenue. So, these are places where they've designed, pumped money into them, had teen programs. And to your exact point, the city feels like, they have focused on this, having rec centers, having these safe spaces, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
And they released the video of the shooting, right? Kids were playing basketball and all good kids. It only takes one to come upon this and open fire.
I know. It's sad. I grew up in a neighborhood that was 2 blocks away from a local boys and girls club, and I used to go there and play basketball when I was 5th, 6th, 7th, and a little bit of 8th grade. And, rec centers like that, honestly, without those rec centers, you have a bunch of kids that don't have parents in their lives that the moment they get out of school, they're just basically on the go, on the loose until sunset. And it's, rec centers like that maybe possibly even prolong their life. Because without that, they would be out and causing a bunch of trouble. And then, like you have to report every morning, end up getting shot.
That's a great point that you make.
Sad.
It truly is. We'll take you to Delaware County, where police say they're looking for 3 suspects accused of assaulting a mom at a trampoline park. This did happen over the weekend, but we're getting the details about it today. So it happened Saturday at Urban Air Trampoline and Adventure Park. A lot of times when our kids were younger, you go to these trampolines.
I was just there
for the
a couple
birthday
weeks
parties.
ago.
Yeah.
A couple months ago.
How was it, pal?
It was hell on earth. Nothing against these places, especially if they want to advertise. I'm sure it's great, but for a 4.5-year-old and a 4-year-old's birthday party, which it wasn't my son's, it was one of his classmates. It's for older kids.
Yeah. But it's a great way to tire them out and get them to nap on the way home in the car.
They have a zip line that goes across the whole thing.
Yeah.
Is this the one in Willow Grove? Because that's the one I went to.
The one you're talking about is Willow Grove, but this one actually is in Delaware County.
Oh, okay.
It's exactly what you're talking about. So in this case, and much to Greg's point, there was a mom. She was on the trampoline in an area with her 3-year-old daughter. Yeah. So she was supervising there. So now an older child comes right next to her 3-year-old and is jumping.
Yep.
And you get this popcorn effect. That's how kids break their arms and that sort of thing.
Yep.
So mom says, hey, this is an area for younger kids. Do you mind going over here? So this is what caused the problem.
Yes.
Because mom now says...
The problem with this space is that it is designed for kids 7, 8, 9, 10, you know what I mean? That age. You shouldn't really take a kid younger than probably 5 there because there's a lot of bigger kids there, older kids there that are running around
and they into each other.
You know what I mean? And I understand what the mother's saying, like, stay away from my kid, and the kid probably should have, but it's not.
Coordination's not the best skill set for these kids.
And these kids are just trying to have fun, too. Yeah. So they either need a separate area where these kids can...
designated.
Yes. Say, 3 to 6 or whatever it is, where they can go and play with other kids that are around their age and their height and weight, and then an area for bigger kids.
Yeah. I like the area for adults. They have those automated massage chairs.
Yeah.
You just sit there and zone out.
The problem with this, at least the one in Willow Grove, is there's no booze there, so it's like you're just kind of sitting there, and
that's why you got to settle for the massage chair.
They have lukewarm pizza for $12 you can buy,
nachos with that gloppy cheese. It's not even melted.
Well, this poor mom. The police are saying they're searching for these suspects. So to Greg is like psychic in predicting what would happen. You're exactly right. Mom, thinks that she's handled it. Feels like she said this nicely. This boy now goes back with 2 adult women and a man, and they beat up the mom.
Oh, my God.
She was the bloodied, bruised all over her mouth and her face, punching her. She has a bite mark on her shoulder.
This is Delco?
This is Delco at the trampoline park.
My God.
Description of the suspects, please.
So they said they have surveillance video from the park. Looking for the witnesses, have not yet released that surveillance video.
Okay. Interesting.
So
interesting.
Were there other motivations? Were there other issues going on? They're not saying.
So how was the jump park today, dear? Well, I got into a fight with some men and they bit me.
Let me guess. They had a MAGA hat on. No, I'm guessing that's not the case.
Exactly.
Since we don't know the description.
Right.
If you get my drift.
Yeah.
No description.
Yeah.
You guys, we have to talk about the fact that Val Kilmer.
It's so sad.
This is so sad.
Yeah. I mean, he's been battling throat cancer for years, and that scene that he had in the new Top Gun movie was just like, ooh. Because you think about him, everybody has him
Iceman
in their mind as that buff dude with bleach blonde hair playing volleyball on the beach in the first Top Gun movie, and then you see him in the later years. It's just like, oof, God.
Or Doc Holloway, right?
Yeah,
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Unforgiven, is that what it was? Yeah.
So good.
So did he pass away?
Yeah.
He died.
Oh.
He died from pneumonia. But to Greg's point, he had battled for years. Since 2014, he battled the throat cancer and had two, how do you say, tracheotomies.
Tracheotomies.
He had two of those, which is why he couldn't really speak in that Top Gun movie. Tom Cruise, a lot of people were reposting because I guess in that movie,
there's a documentary out. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure it's going to get a lot of play in the next couple of days because of his passing. But there's a documentary called like "I Am Val Kilmer, Being Val Kilmer" or something like that. It's super sad.
Really,
it's super sad.
I mean,
it's a cool retrospect of his life. But he was also Jim Morrison in the Doors movie.
Yes.
Which
so good.
Well, I mean, he did a good job of playing,
those lips.
But as usual with an Oliver Stone movie, it's over the top and not really. I remember the Doors, the surviving members of the Doors watched that movie and they were just like, "Yeah, this is nothing like the way we were back in the '60s." Like they had him going around all like poetic and always speaking in poems and stuff, and he was like he didn't do that. He was
a chick magnet in the '80s and '90s, though. My mom loved him.
Val Kilmer, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's
Batman
also the
Forever.
second worst Batman of all time.
That was
George Clooney holds the title for worst, but Kilmer is a close second.
That was an abysmal Batman. I don't. What's his name? Ben Affleck. That was a pretty bad Batman.
Yeah.
MacGruber, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
There's only been two really good Batmen.
Yeah. Michael Keaton and Christian Bale.
Yeah, I know you think Rob Pattinson was good, but
he was good.
He was not.
Not great, but he was good.
He was good.
Better than Kilmer, Arnold, and Kilmer, Clooney, and Affleck.
He was better than Val Kilmer. He was better than Ben Affleck. He was better than.
Yeah, he's mid.
Yeah,
he's middle of the road.
Right.
It's a good little place for you. Nothing wrong with being middle of the road.
And the tush push lives to see another day.
Yeah.
Got that one going on.
Yeah,
too.
do some more squats if you want to stop it, you snowflakes.
So there, it's tabled.
Do they think that's probably not a good thing that it's tabled?
Yeah, it's
I think
tabled
you're right.
till a future
So like
vote.
May, they're going to revisit it.
I think they needed, 24 out of 32? They needed a 75% majority.
Yeah. They were like, the Green Bay Packers were like Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
I don't have the votes. Table it to May.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
I don't understand how you can ban a football play.
Well, I did look into this because I knew you were going to ask that. Because the Green Bay Packers, their proposal, what they want to do is go back to the old. Tony Bruno will know this.
Nick will know this probably.
Oh, do you know this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay. You can critique me if I do a good job. So what I believe Green Bay Packers, their proposal says put the rules back to where they used to be, where you're not allowed to push somebody downfield.
Right.
So that's how they would get around this.
Yeah, they don't want like Saquon Barkley being behind Jalen Hurts, pushing him into the back of the offensive line to create more force against the defensive line. There's also some of this Fugazi player safety nonsense that the league talks about as they're thinking about adding an 18th game to the regular season because they're capitalist pigs, which I am as well. But don't tell me about player safety then.
I just think you can't. They're just butthurt because nobody's found the way to stop it.
You think they would? Do you think this would happen if Tom Brady was still doing it?
No.
Who was also great at the quarterback sneak? No.
This is absolutely ridiculous. What they should do in the offseason, what other coaches should do in the offseason, is find a play to stop that from happening.
That is called stupid.
Thank you, Merrill.
So we got that going on. All right, we are sponsored this morning. It's chilly again. We were getting used to the beautiful warm weather, and it's another Chili's day for us. Phillies, Rockies. This is game 2 for them, right?
Yeah, because they needed a day off after.
They had to have a day off.
Don't get me started on yesterday. I turned the TV on and I thought the Phillies were live, and I was like, "Wait a minute! It's 8:00. It's dark at my house, and the Phillies are in the first inning and it's daylight." And I'm like, "They're not on the West Coast." And then I realized, it was a replay of yesterday's game.
Continuing the Philadelphia Phillies, our first home series of the season today.
Let me just correct something. It was Tombstone, not Unforgiven. that Valcom wrote. Thank you.
Tombstone.
Thank you, GQ
Thank you.
007.
Yeah.
So observant.
Underrated frozen pizza, by the way. As well.
For not knowing Tombstone, you are unforgiven.
Yes.
That is a very
but
good.
not unburdened.
Yes.
So 6:45 this evening. Sorry, you loved the 305. You said, but it's 6:45 this evening against the Rockies, who we beat, as you know, on Monday 6-1.
It should be a balmy 35 degrees when they play.
That's
It's
just
ridiculous.
it.
Who wants to sit outside for these games? You know what I mean? Like, it's not football.
Nope.
So the high today, just the high, 54. The sun will peak out. Here's the weird thing. Today, 54. Tomorrow for your Thursday, 77 degrees. So we're all over the place with the forecast. And then Friday, 67, but some rain moves in. And then Saturday, it's another one of these roller coasters. 55 for a high on Saturday. Then Sunday, the sun peaks out, but 75. So we do this pattern roller coaster where one day it's mid to upper 70s, and then we drop like a rock to mid to upper 50s. And that's a pattern that's going to continue here. We are sponsored by Reynolds Restoration. When disaster strikes, respond and rebuild with care with Reynolds Restoration. Reynolds providing 24/7 emergency response for fire, flood, storm damage, and more. Restoring homes and businesses to their pre-loss condition. Remember, Reynolds at reynoldsrestoration.com. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, Trump tariffs 2.0. A Wednesday big take here on Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular.
Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really, really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Oh yeah, 625, Kayal and Company. It is a hump day, Liberation Day, Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, Tony Bruno, live from Florida for the cut sheet at 7:45. Handful of good stories to get to, including the drive to keep AM in cars. We'll get to that story, as well as this parenting child job interview story from Atlanta, Georgia. Very interesting thing that I think as parents we will all have perhaps varying opinions on. But right now, let's get down to Liberation Day. It's time for a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Trump tariffs 2.0. Bigger, bolder, and hopefully better. It is the most important financial gamble of Donald Trump's second term. 47 is rolling the dice in an effort to make the American economy boom again and get us out of bad business deals. Trump won in 2024 because of the economy and the border. He's already received, in my grading, an A on illegal immigration and the border. The only thing standing in his way with deportations are federal district judges. March's border crossing numbers came in yesterday. Illegal entries at the southern border in March of 2024. Under Joe Biden, 137,000. In March of 2025, under Donald Trump, it was 7,000. That is a 94% fall off. But can Donald Trump repeat his success with tariffs from his first term? It'll literally make or break these next 4 years. And you know, the Democrats and the media, they already had their talking points typed up and ready for mass distribution. Because with the Democrats and the media, and when it comes to Trump, it's always about fear. Everything Trump says, everything Trump does, it always results in a left-wing 5-alarm fire. But how about the hypocrisy of the past administration? And how about putting some respect on my guy's name? While this is a gamble, I think it's a calculated gamble. Stronger risk with more enhanced payoff. But it's coming from someone with a proven track record. But first, the hypocrisy. Here was Janet Yellen, Secretary of Treasury, under Joe Biden in 2023. She's on PBS telling people, have no fear of tariffs. Listen and watch.
As you have seen, there have been some experts, some groups, the National Retail Federation among them, who've expressed concerns that it will be U.S. consumers who eventually end up paying for these tariffs. As you know, polling shows that rising prices are voters' biggest concern right now. So I'd ask you to speak directly to them. Will American consumers bear the cost of these tariffs?
I don't believe that American consumers will see any meaningful increase in the prices that they face.
So which one is it? Do the same rules apply for Trump and his tariffs? It's just, kind of odd. I'm just looking for some consistency here on the concept of tariffs, because when Trump utilized tariffs in 2017, 18, and 19, pre-COVID, you could say they were a success. And guess who wrote about that success? Tucker Carlson? Sean Hannity? No. Axios, no friend of the Trump administration. They wrote a column on March 5th with the headline, How This Trade War is Different from Trump 1.0. They go on to write, quote, the president announces an audacious new tariff on social media. The media breathlessly quotes economists warning of peril ahead. The economy chugs along anyway. That was the pattern in 2017, 18, and 19. When Trump took office in 2017, tariff revenue was about 1.5% of total U.S. good imports. By 2019, he had roughly doubled that to 2.9%, according to an analysis of the federal data by the Yale Budget Lab. But if the across-the-board tariffs implemented on Canada, Mexico, and China this week remain in place for the remainder of the year, that number is on track to soar to 9.5%, which would be the highest since 1943. And Axios writes, that does not necessarily mean an abrupt slowdown or a recession or even 2022 style inflation. The United States is a large country that grows most of its own food and generates most of its own energy. And look, guys, Trump has publicly said and acknowledged the possibility of some short-term pain. How do you quantify that? Nationwide chief economist Kathy Bosjanovich estimates that if sustained, they would subtract a full percentage point from the GDP growth this year, and inflation would rise by 0.6 percentage points. Other economists say that while we could see a rise in inflation by approximately a half a point, it could decrease in year 2 and 3 of Trump by a full point or more, which would result in a net positive for our bottom line. And if foreign car prices go up, buy American. If you're not in the market for a vehicle for the next 1 to 2 years, probably won't affect you. What will tariffs look like? Here was Trump on Monday evening explaining. Listen and watch.
Different individual tariff rates on a whole variety of different.
Well, you're going to see in 2 days, which is maybe tomorrow night or probably Wednesday, you're going to see. And they're reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we charge them, but we're being nicer than they were. We have a lot of countries, friend and foe. I always say friend and foe, but the friend in many cases is worse than the foe. They took advantage of us, and we are going to be very nice by comparison to what they were. The numbers will be lower than what they've been charging us, and in some cases maybe substantially lower, but we sort of have a world obligation perhaps. But we're going to be very nice. Relatively speaking, we're going to be very kind.
So what nations will be impacted? According to Polymarket, these 8 countries have the highest odds. That includes China, Mexico, India, Venezuela, South Korea, Vietnam, Japan, and Brazil. Russia way down at the bottom at 25%, and Canada is actually off the board. And speaking of off the board, good news yesterday as Israel has ended all tariffs on the United States of America. But it all starts and ends with energy. If and when energy comes down, everything else will. It's a domino effect. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright explains. Listen and watch this.
Oh, Stu, I don't think we're going to see energy prices rise. They've already come down in response to President Trump's actions, just his messaging on marketplaces. What you're going to see is tariffs on U.S. exports come down across the world. President Trump's message has been free and fair trade, reciprocal trade. I'm talking to foreign leaders all the time, and they want two key things. They want to buy more American products. I'm talking to them mostly about energy, and they want to invest more dollars in the United States. We've got to remember, this president was elected to lower energy prices. He's been at work on that every single day. And of course, I'm working together with him on it. I'm actually super optimistic about where we're going. We're going to have lower energy prices, more investment in this country, more jobs for Americans. And Trump's central premise was that low-cost energy was good for American citizens, it was good for American security, it was good for America standing abroad, and he is full steam ahead on that agenda.
It's not all good, however. Apparently, a rift in the White House between the accomplished versus the bombastic. And it's bipartisan reporting from both Politico and the New York Post. Politico writes, headline, quote, I don't know if anyone that isn't pissed off at him. Trump world turns on Lutnick. They write, as Liberation Day nears, patience for the Commerce Secretary is wearing thin across the Trump administration. Politico cites 6 sources, quote, Lutnick spends substantial time in the Oval Office, hyping the president on his tariff strategy and giving him bad advice, pushing for more aggressive tariffs, the source said. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent remains the measured voice, advocating targeted tariffs. Trade advisor Peter Navarro has never been shy about his affection for tariffs, and Politico writes he's a known quantity and isn't seen as shaking anything up. By contrast, Lutnick is a new voice at the table, pushing crazy, and I'm going to insert the S word here, and we'll just bleep that out. In the words of another person familiar with the situation, I don't know anyone that isn't pissed off at him. The New York Post writes a similar story with the headline, Frustrations grow with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick ahead of Trump tariff announcement. He's, quote, a loose cannon with half-baked ideas. They write, one source says that Lutnick just spews on live television and doesn't think before he speaks. I personally believe that Howard Lutnick, I kind of proceed with caution. As I said on the show a month ago, he gives off kind of the slimy used car sales pitch vibe on TV. I'm sure the YouTube chat will agree with that assessment. I believe, though, that Trump's tariffs are going to result in a long-term net positive. But if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. Worse yet, what if Trump is wrong? Peter Ducey of Fox asked that question yesterday to Caroline Levitt, and here was the Q&A. Listen and watch.
The president right now is with the trade and tariff team. They are very confident that this is all going to work. But
Yes.
What if they're wrong?
They're not going to be wrong. It is going to work. And the president has a brilliant team of advisors who have been studying these issues for decades. We are focused on restoring the golden age of America and making America a manufacturing superpower. And again, Peter, I would point you to the investments that have already trickled into this country. And the president hasn't even made his tariff announcement yet tomorrow. There have been billions of dollars in private investments from around the world pouring into American communities. What does that look like for those watching at home, for the people you mentioned, worried about their own economic circumstances? It means more jobs in your communities, which means more money, more investments, more money in your pocket. That's what the president is committed to. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the president's commitment to tax cuts, which we are counting on Congress to do, especially on Social Security.
It's very simple. As I said to start the big take, all or nothing on the economy. It'll make or break Trump's second administration. Harry Enton of CNN with the latest data from America. Listen and watch this.
Let me just tell you, the economy and inflation is the whole kit and caboodle. As James Carville once said, it's the economy, stupid, but since I'm standing here with John Berman, it's the economy, smarty pants. Top issue facing America. Look at this. Number one, inflation in the economy at 43%. There ain't anything close to this, my friends. Political division, which comes in at number two, is 14%. That's a nearly 30-point gap. It's the only one that's over 15%. Donald Trump's presidency will ride or die on his ability to handle the inflation problem in this country and the economy.
So ride or die.
Yep, ride or die. Let's see what the costs are like come Memorial Day, the 4th of July, Labor Day, around the holidays. If we experience some pain, I believe it'll be worth the long-term gain. And I will have those receipts in years 2, 3, and 4 for those that doubt Trump on tariffs if he proves them wrong yet again. And that is the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED now. Call them today. 800-FREE-SEED. 855-839-1210 is our phone number. As we continue here, you can reach us on social media at 1210 WPHT and, of course, in the YouTube chat. All right, Dawn Stensland, I'm very confident in Trump with tariffs. I think at the end of the day, whenever the end of the day occurs, I think we're going to be in a much better position. You mentioned it. It's a big slogan for the administration, peace and prosperity. Well, part 2 of that slogan goes into action today. Your thoughts on the tariffs?
I think that the key, I'm fascinated with this whole inside story with Lutnick, who's a brilliant, impressive guy. But I will say this, that if anything goes wrong, he's the fall guy.
No
I mean,
doubt.
that's really what they've set him up for. And the fact you keep hearing about Lutnick, he's the guy who's going to get thrown under the bus.
Mhm.
You're fired.
Yep.
Right?
You're right.
So they've already teed him up to be that fall guy. But I think that part of the key here is that if they can bring down the energy prices, all the gas prices, all those negotiations that we're seeing, even with Russia right now, because everything's in play. Houthis, Trump put out on Truth Social, man, he was busy on Truth Social over the past 24 hours, but says the Houthis, they're decimated, talking to Putin, trying to get the Ukraine-Russia deal done. So all of this matters as they've really spent their time, if you think about where those a lot of the negotiations taking place, whether it's Israel or whether it's Russia, Ukraine, it's all in Riyadh. Why are they in Saudi Arabia?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's all about the energy cost. So if they can lower that, then it mitigates some of the, I think, immediate bump that we're going to feel as we figure out all the tariff situation.
Yeah.
But they said, nope, this is happening. And all the headlines worldwide, I'd look at, BBC, all the rest of the world, they say, the world is bracing. I think they will come into line. I think they will negotiate fairer deals and fairer trade. I mean, that's the bottom line. As much as the media is not reporting it, some places it's all over the place.
Well, to your point with the media, the mainstream legacy media is more upset or hell-bent and obsessed and focused on the potential of Trump tariffs costing Americans more than they are mad and obsessed about the fact that America is on the wrong end of all of these business deals. Think about that. The mainstream media never seems to really concern themselves with what's best for America. They just peddle the fear of the what ifs and what could possibly go wrong if Trump makes a miscalculation and another nation calls Trump on his bluff. And we talk about this all the time. These are leverage tactics, negotiating ploys. This is to, jolt Canada, jolt Mexico, insert Venezuela, whatever nation you want, to get a better deal for Americans, to create jobs, to create more economic prosperity, to have more money in your pocket, to ultimately lower the costs of the goods that you buy, whether they're really good goods or they're crappy goods from China that are obviously not made here. At the end of the day, it's about making it better for us. It's the essence of Make America Great Again. You can't make America great again unless and I'm not saying we're ever going to return to the 1920s or the 1950s. I'm not saying that we're going to have, Bethlehem Steel is going to be resurrected or Birmingham, Alabama, the steel capital of the South is going to be revived. But we have got to get back to actually producing some things in this country, or else we're other countries' BI bleep, 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 right? And he's tired of that. I don't understand how that's a bad idea. And when you look at the cost of everything, what's interesting as well is there are some things that I've seen go down a little bit, right? Eggs have gone down. It's not really a Trump thing. It's a chicken thing. Gas prices, I've seen hit or miss. I don't know if you've seen it. I've seen a couple of places where I'm down to like $3.01 a gallon. I've seen $2.97 a gallon. And then I see, no disrespect to our great partners at Wawa, I see Wawa go from like $3.17 to $3.29, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. What the hell just happened here? I'm not a gas expert. I don't know who Wawa purchases fuel from, so forth and so on. But, this is all about giving, I think, all of us more disposable income. And raise your hand if you want more disposable income. I know I do.
What's also fascinating, though, is that we're talking about this. Everybody's been talking about this, but we really don't know everything because until he walks into the Rose Garden at 4:00 this afternoon and delivers, and he's going to be joined by the cabinet members, and that everybody's going to be sort of holding their breath, waiting for this Rose Garden announcement or unveiling. What will it look like?
Right.
I mean, the truth is, that's the truth. We don't really know. Nobody knows for sure, even though Caroline Levitt laid out some details. But until that happens at 4:00 this afternoon, we don't know all the details. So he clearly is doing this on purpose so they can make all their deals even throughout the day with all the different countries that have the highest tariffs, or that we're more that we're more interested in with our trade partners.
Media doesn't talk about the success of tariffs the first time around. And let's stop acting, mainstream media, Democrats, like we're the only nation that's going to utilize tariffs. Other nations around the planet are utilizing tariffs. How are their economies? Have you covered that? Or is it just the percentage possibility that it leads to inflation short term under the Trump administration? 855-839-1210.
Remember, he has been planning this. Remember, we talked about the fact that he was being criticized for putting some pavers in the Rose Garden.
Yeah.
So think about the fact that they've been planning for this, and he's somebody who visualizes this. He thought, what if it's raining a little bit, whatever, we're going to have this big Rose Garden ceremony. So this is the first time with the cabinet, big news conference. So they've been planning this for about a month. He's known they're going to be here in the Rose Garden. This is what he's going to say. This is what he's going to unveil.
Yep.
4:00 this afternoon.
1 hour from now, Tony Bruno will join us for What's on the Cut Sheet. We'll come back and hit on two quick things as the Labor Department and DOJ secure an eye-popping sum that will be returned from COVID funds to you, the taxpayer. How much will each of us get? And also, we talked about Howard Lutnick as the fall guy for tariffs. Our buddy Mike Waltz on the national security front, he might be the fall guy when it pertains to Signal app. Wait till you hear the reported alleged mishap of Mike Waltz. It gets even worse. We're back after this. Stay right there.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. MartiniRoofing.com.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
On all my friends, the low rider. The low rider is a little higher.
$6.50, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on a Wednesday morning, 3 hours from now. That's right, set your alarm, 9:50-ish. So set your alarm for like 9:47. We will give you a chance to win Phillies Giants tickets April 15th, Citizens Bank Park. All you have to do is be able to identify Jimmy Kelly's morning mystery movie quote.
And if you're listening to the news at 6 a.m., you'll get the movie. There's a...
it pays to listen.
There's a hint. By the way, Fulton Jack writes, one of our great listeners, says all 4 presidents on Mount Rushmore were for tariffs. What don't Democrats understand about this?
Oh, Mount Rushmore. Good pull. Yeah. Mount Rushmore talk. If you want that down the hall for sports, they do Mount Rushmores once a week. Speaking of sports, big shout out to the PGA of America. I'll be out there later today with the PGA Championship, returning to Philadelphia, not this May, but next May, for a little sit-down with the PGA Championship tournament director. So if you're a golf fan and you like the really, really high-end bougie courses like Aronimink or Marion or Cricket Club, we'll be dropping that at some point in the near future on all the socials, so you can get a little taste of that if you would like. I think I've had my fill and my taste of Mike Waltz. I just want to mention this story. This is amazing. You talk about Howard Lutnick being the fall guy. It's usually the guys that are the most braggadocious that ultimately, write checks with their mouth that their rear end can't cash, or those that just make a ton of mistakes. We talked a lot last week. Everybody was all over the story. It lasted for 3.5 days worth of shows in some form or fashion with Mike Waltz and the Signal app. And I was very, very, very critical of Mike Waltz. I thought you could justify firing him. I was very defensive when it came to Pete Hegseth. I don't think Pete Hegseth deserves the criticism that some were trying to, impose upon him. But then Waltz comes out, and according to a report, he's using his Gmail account for government communications. Are you serious with this guy? Now, look.
Walls at gmail.com.
Mike Waltz 82 at gmail.com. It's one thing if, one of our sales executives emails me on my Odyssey account and I respond back on my Gmail account. Not going to cause an issue, right? Not in trouble. Not going to get fired. Nobody will even notice the difference because they're not even going to see the end of my email address. They just see that Nick responded. But if you're Mike Waltz, can you use perhaps your government email address? I don't know, mike.waltz@us.gov or whatever it is. Jesus, God. I mean, really, dude. I thought maybe we were past this story, but the Washington Post reporting that the senior aide, Waltz used the commercial email service for highly technical conversations with colleagues at other government agencies involving sensitive military positions and powerful weapons systems relating to an ongoing conflict, according to emails reviewed by the Washington Post. Now, who's leaking it? Who's the mole? That's another skunk that needs to be snuffed out and fired if it's on this Trump administration, because I thought maybe we were past having these little weasels infiltrate the administration. While the National Security Council official used his Gmail account, his interagency colleagues have been using their government-issued accounts. Headers from the email correspondence show.
They've responded. They have said that he has never received work-related emails on his personal Gmail account. That he may have received work-related emails on his personal Gmail account, but they say that Waltz has never sent any classified material over the unsecured platform. They reiterated it last night again, saying, quote, he has never sent classified material over his personal email account or any unsecured platform.
Quote,
that from
no evidence,
the White House National Security Council.
I'd give him the benefit.
Spokesperson.
I'd give him the benefit of the doubt if it wasn't where I'm sitting after a week past the Signal app, and I'm like, how did he have Jeffrey Goldberg's number? How did Jeffrey Goldberg end up on that chat, Mike Waltz? You lose. I can't give him the benefit of the doubt after last week's debacle.
I'm guessing that whoever the reporter is, the Washington Post, has some sort of receipts for this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he can't just go by this off of hearsay.
Right.
So,
right. Like, I mean,
just saying.
Will that person show the receipts?
Like, they didn't just
Goldberg?
make this up out of thin air.
Right. So we'll see.
Well, they might not know. I mean, they came out. This was a report. It was last night. After we went to bed. Hopefully, it was at about 10:30 last night.
I was in a coma at 10:30.
So they're saying that he may have received somebody might have sent him something that was work related, but he has never sent. So I think they're being very specific in what their response to the WAPO article.
Yeah.
They're saying he has never sent.
I would hope not.
And they said the word never over and over. So maybe he didn't send any classified material over any unsecured platform. That's what they're saying. And they're specifically saying, let me reiterate, they say that NSA Waltz received emails. He received calendar invites as well from legacy contacts on his personal email.
Bombing Yemen. Do you accept?
There's lunch in the hub.
But
by the
they
way,
also give the specific date for anything since January 20th.
Yeah.
So that he has, since January 20th, he has been in compliance with, all records retention.
Yeah. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Speaking of emails, Odyssey sends out the reminders that you have to update your password from time to time. Did you guys notice now we have to use 16 total characters?
Yeah.
We should just write a paragraph as our password next time.
I know.
16. I need 2 capitals, 4 syllables, a pound sign, an exclamation mark, 2 money signs. Let me grab a Post-it note so I don't forget this one. Tom is in Delaware. He's got some thoughts on Liberation Day for Tariffs 2.0. Hello, Tom.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Good. I tried calling you guys yesterday. You were done. I couldn't get in.
Well, you got in today, sir.
No-brainer.
Say what?
The tariffs are a no-brainer.
No-brainer. Okay.
I used to be in retail, and years ago, and when I'd be doing the number crunching, I remember walking into the CFO or CEO and saying, "Why are we doing this?" The variance wasn't that big. I mean, and that was before I even paid for the insurance, not including duties and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, Canada, they have free medical. Why do they have free medical? Because we pay for their defense. No one's talking about those expenditures. All these countries having all this excess money because we're going to protect them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Number three, we're the Walmart of the world, like Trump said. They're not going to raise prices on us. It's a short-term thing. To listen to these pundits in Washington who don't even understand 101 economics, it's a joke.
Well,
it's an absolute joke.
And even if we do have to deal with higher costs, Tom, for a short-term period, Trump has been honest about it. It's not like he's come out and said, no, you're not going to see any price increases. He said, look, it might suck for a little bit. I mean, so is the media going to acknowledge the fact that he was honest up front about it, saying, hey, 6 months to a year, 3 months, I don't know what the time frame is. Something might go up a little bit. Inflation might go from 2.8 to 3.4%. But the ultimate long goal, if people can actually think about the long game here and not just, but it's hard. And I get, even for the critics of tariffs, I get it because we're all living paycheck to paycheck. 99% of us are living paycheck to paycheck and can't afford that extra couple of bucks. So I get it. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to pay off because I think we had the evidence the first time around. And I think these other nations will eventually buckle and bend the knee. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up hour 2, we've got some news from Dawn to kick off the second hour, and then also a couple of other stories off of the beaten path, one in which includes the drive to keep AM radio in cars as the Senate is on their way to securing this as we try to defund things like PBR and PBR. I could go for I could go for a PBR right now. PBS and NPR. We'll get to that story as well as a story that Stalker found that is pretty fantastic about a parent, his kids, a McDonald's, and a job interview. We're all parents on this show. I think we're all going to have varying viewpoints on this little exercise that played out. And we'll talk about that before we get to Tony Bruno and the cut sheet. Hour 2 is next.
Yeah, if you're a parent, a grandparent, maybe you love spending some time on the lawn, especially as we come into spring, summertime, and maybe you're thinking about a lawn care service. Doesn't it just make sense that you would hire a company which provides better results and, of course, is going to be safer for you, your family, your pets? Well, that's why years ago, my husband and I, we shopped around, we did our research, and we chose Natural Lawn of America. That is my longtime lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, here's what they believe. It's pretty simple. They want to grow greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn of America, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. So many homeowners are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services. Start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Do this today. Get free seeding every year if you want that greener, healthier lawn, plus the free seeding. 800-FREE-SEED. Call Natural Lawn. 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. Choose my lawn care company. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green Green Lip Muscle Complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Keswick Theater on April 5th. Proceeds help Abington Fire Companies replenish the gear loss in the fire at SPS. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's time to get focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day 1, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
I'm Bobby Finger.
And I'm Lindsay Weber. Our podcast, Who Weekly, is everything you need to know about the celebrities you don't. Think of us as your cheat code to People Magazine, your glossary for Hollywood, a shortcut to understanding pop culture at large.
For the past 8 years, Who Weekly has been telling listeners everything they need to know about the celebrities they don't.
Who Weekly airs twice weekly with brand new episodes on Tuesdays and Fridays. Listen and follow Who Weekly, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company. Hour number 2, Wednesday morning, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union, where you can earn up to 3% unlimited cash back with an American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard on essential items such as groceries, gas, pharmacies, and home improvement stores. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal opportunity lender. Tony Bruno coming up in about 40 minutes from Florida. He'll join us for a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Also, it's the first Wednesday of the month. That means our Window Nation Veteran Spotlight at 9:30, as we will have a veteran as well as current New Jersey State Trooper. That happens to be a lady, and she's going to be with us.
A lady?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
A double dip, military and backing the blue, and she is a female. So that's 3 for 3. I'm on board with all 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking forward to that. And then also our Phillies tickets coming up at 9:50. If you can identify the movie clip, which occurred early in the 6 o'clock hour. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live this morning, Wednesday morning, April the 2nd. We are sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. Appropriate with all the rain we've had, although rain holds off for today. So let's get to it. In the news, we're talking about Philadelphia, where 8 children, 8 is enough, isn't it? 8 children shot in Philadelphia within just days, which is why city officials held that emergency meeting at a rec center last night to discuss and hopefully come up with solutions, better solutions, quick solutions. So during this meeting, gunshots rang out nearby at the Lonnie Young Recreation Center, and that's where a teen victim, we're told, was shot 3 times in the chest. He is in critical condition, this according to police. And then Philadelphia police also just releasing the video of the Finley Recreation Center shooting. That one happened days ago. As you see, the suspect, when you look at that, opening fire into the crowd of kids, you see some of them playing basketball. Then you see the guy take off in a dark-colored sedan, possibly a Nissan. Police just releasing this latest video as you see kids of all ages at the Finley Recreation Center at that shooting, where you see a pretty packed rec center outside of it, where kids were outside enjoying the outdoors, playing sports, and everybody just scrambles and runs for cover, basically. Officers say they located 17 shell casings between the baseball fields and the basketball courts at that Finley Rec Center shooting. And then also later last night in the evening, 9:30-ish, a man was killed, shot multiple times. This behind an apartment complex in Philadelphia's Roxborough neighborhood. I talked about this earlier this morning. This is a 32-year-old victim shot to death multiple times, rushed to the hospital, pronounced dead there. According to the police, 30 spent shell casings found at that scene in Roxy. So officers say they did find 2 weapons. One was a rifle, one a handgun. So they're investigating, was that handgun, for example, that was still at the scene, was that the victim trying to defend himself? I don't have the answers. They don't have the answers. The suspect, simply described as a man with a shaved head, who was last seen wearing a green hooded sweatshirt and dark colored pants. And so they were putting out some surveillance images on that one, looking for some better ones.
Bald head, hooded sweatshirt. The authorities have ruled out myself and John Fetterman.
I know. I was looking over. I was like, is he wearing green today?
Nope, not today.
We talked earlier in Delco about the trampoline park beat up of a mom defending her 3-year-old daughter when she asked a teenager to please not jump so much close to her 3-year-old who fell down. And in that one, mom ends up bloodied, beaten, and bruised, attacked by 3 adults, including a couple women and a man who assaulted the mom. So they're looking for, they're going to be releasing, we're told, some surveillance video and images of that one from the trampoline park. And those individuals, I would imagine, would face some felony assault charges after bloodying this mom who's badly bruised in her face.
Disgraceful. Adults doing
crazy.
this. Like, just,
biting people.
It's just...
what kind of animal are you?
People don't know how to behave.
No.
The society's going to rot. It really is. I sound like my parents when I was younger. I'm like, they're always like, this society is like, you don't know what you're talking about. But they were correct. They were correct. It was the downslide in the 90s. And now we're coming full. Now we're coming full bore.
Why do you think I always recite 90s nostalgia? I want to go back.
And we're gonna play. I'm sure we'll play this video surveillance on the cut sheet, and it's going to be about like a bunch of animals that ruin things for the rest of us, like cruises, like SEPTA buses.
Yep. You're absolutely right. That's why you stay home and watch Netflix.
God.
We have, I know in the headlines, Cory Booker from New Jersey, no tears of rage, but the headlines today say that he delivers a record-breaking Senate floor speech. I will say, technically, for the historians, this was not a record breaker in the sense this was not an actual filibuster.
Uh-oh.
So I'm going to push back on that.
Ted Cruz tweeted last night as Cory Booker was approaching the record. I don't know, does Cruz hold the record or somebody else? But he basically
Strom
Thurmond, who was a Democrat back in the day, a racist Democrat who was filibustering because he knew they were going to vote in, civil rights actions.
Cruz said that he was getting close to pulling a Jamal Bowman and yanking the fire alarm down.
We actually have when Cory Booker realized that he reached the goal of 24 hours. I don't know if that was his goal.
Did he shout hallelujah and then collapse from exhaustion?
Roll this. He's handed a note.
This is New Jersey Senator
John.
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
Most of America had no idea this was happening.
Wiping his brow. As if he just won the Super Bowl.
I know. I'm going to Disneyland now.
I mean, look at the size of him. He kind of looks like a linebacker, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, he's a big dude.
He's a good-looking guy.
All right, you get it.
Yeah.
So he, the as far as this goes, he's the senior Democrat from New Jersey, obviously, and they're saying that he broke the previously held record for an individual speech. But the truth is, he did not break the filibuster record. That was 1957. Democrat Senator Strom Thurmond. I know I said this yesterday, but everybody's saying he broke the record. No, he actually was just speaking for the sake of speaking. And what I think is ironic, think about who interrupted him. It's like that old saying that your grandmother said, the devil always interrupts. I think part of the reason that he was holding this whole thing was in protest, even to try to, I don't know, garner support or somehow bring Democrats together. The fact that Schumer, who he's mad at.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was the point, was to rally the base to get, light a fire under them. He spoke to Jake Tapper. Since you're on this, I might as well do this. We have plenty of cuts to get through at 7:45. Roll it.
Is joining me now, and for anybody watching at home, please understand we gave him a chair. He's sitting in a chair right now. The illusion is that he's standing. But for people who don't know, you had to stand the whole time. You couldn't take a bathroom break. The only break of any sort you got was if one of your colleagues would ask you a question to give your voice a break.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Yes.
Yeah, physically and also emotionally, the longest speech in the history of the U.S. Senate.
Well, I'm physically not in the best shape, but I am emotionally just feeling really fed right now and grateful and just really grateful for a lot of the people who lent support to the effort and obviously the constituents, the dozens and dozens of folks who gave me their stories, who gave me their hurt, their pain, their anger, their demands of me that I read, and their really humble offers that tell me what I can do. It was some very moving speeches, and then some of my colleagues came on the floor and just told them very emotional stories too that really sourced me through the whole challenge.
There you go.
And the Academy Award does not go to Cory Booker.
I'm feeling very emotionally fed. He's
Emotionally
also
fed.
feeling very fed. Look at the size of him.
Yeah.
I
That
think it
grass-fed
looks pretty
beef.
good.
Yeah.
Do you? I don't know. Like he was
no
always
sleep
kind of no. I mean, like he was always kind of like a slender built guy, wasn't he? And now he's packed on a few.
You talk about trying to rally a base. Do you think he's got bigger aspirations?
Oh, of course.
For perhaps 2028? I gotta think there's some self.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. Everything he does is for himself.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, to Dawn's point about this not being the longest Jake Tapper was very careful in what he said. The longest speech.
Mm-hmm.
Speech.
Well, you see it there on the headline on the scroll.
Yes.
It says speech.
Yes. Breaks record for longest speech in Senate history.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But the filibuster still belongs to the racist Democrat who was opposing the passage of the Civil Rights Act.
And what's the time for Strom?
Strom
was 24 hours, 18 minutes.
Okay.
And he's 24 hours or 25 hours, 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have that going on. So everybody's saying, the record, and like you said, they're wording it in a very careful manner. The other headlines that I'll just give to you this morning locally in Philadelphia, as there's a new Philadelphia task force and initiative that's going to target illegal dumping and other of these quality of life crimes that we've talked about.
Dumping.
So this is District Attorney, Larry Krasner, says that Philadelphia is safer and freer, as he's obviously seeking a third term, but they're putting up cameras and targeting those, especially with illegal dumping and tires all over the city. So this is a new task force created by Larry Krasner as he tries to fend off Patrick Dugan. And they've had a pretty tense, debates. And I know that he recently had the debate in West Philadelphia via his challenger, Patrick Dugan, former judge.
I'm always fascinated by what gets people going. And for Larry Krasner, it's apparently tire dumping. We have to create a task force with taxpayer dollars for tire dumping. Didn't know that was an issue. And in all honesty, don't care that it is. Bigger fish to fry.
Okay, I will say on one hand, I think you're right in the sense that we just had this meeting yesterday with the task force of the city officials, right? And during it, about less than 10 minutes away, there was another teen shot. 8 other kids shot over the past few days. But as a city resident, they put up cameras I've seen cameras that are specifically about trash, and I've noticed a difference. And so the garbage and the trash dumping issue, it's a big issue for city residents.
Big issue in the Chestnut Hill area?
Yes.
Really?
Believe it or not, it's all over the city.
Wow.
People just eat, and not just fast food stuff, tires. Like they just go along the road and throw out a tire.
Wow.
It's like, what the heck?
How often do people replace their tires to have an issue arise to the point where they have to address it?
I know. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
But it's nasty. So
how many miles do you get out of a normal tire these days?
Don't they just go to United Tire and get a new tire, and then the old tire goes to United Tire?
That's what I do.
I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah.
Why are there so many tires laying around?
I know. Burning a lot of rubber, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answer, or if it's maybe places that are not reputable places changing tires, and then because United Tire responsibly, gets them recycled or turns them into a playground material.
How about if I come over about 10:30 and change your tires for you?
Yeah, exactly. And then throw them out on the street somewhere on my street. But they literally have cameras now that they're watching you. I don't know who's monitoring them. By the way, Kelsey had her baby girl.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations to Jason.
Lovely.
Kylie Kelsey.
How many kids do they have now?
Had the baby.
Hopefully that podcast doesn't flop.
Kylie Kelsey had a baby. I guess, were they going for a girl? This was baby number 4.
Well, I was going for 1, and I got 2, so I don't
Aw.
What are you going to do?
Her name's Finley. Finn and Kelsey.
Who?
Right?
Just curious, Kayal,
wife's side.
Twins running the wife's side?
Wife's side,
You know what's funny is my wife told me when we were trying to have Dylan, my wife told me, she's like, twins runs in my family. What's the likelihood that that's going to happen? Didn't happen for us, but her sister, who's having, her and her husband are having their first child, is having twins.
Oh, wow.
So it escaped me.
Yep.
Me and Steph. And,
yep.
Yeah.
And then once Greg realized he was just going to have one, he told Steph this.
Will that make you happy, Fred? Will it?
Well, congratulations to the Kelseys, Kylie and her hubby Jason. They're already the parents of daughters Wyatt, Elliot, Bennett, and now they have Finn. They'll call her Finn.
Wyatt, Elliot, Bennett, and Finley.
Yeah.
Wyatt's a girl?
They're all girls. Wyatt, Elliot, Bennett, and now Finley.
Interesting. Wyatt, a girl name.
I like the name Wyatt.
I have to think. I do too, but it is for a girl?
Yeah.
I have to think.
Not so much. Yeah, I'm going to take that under advisement.
Like
during
Wyatt
the next
Earp?
commercial.
I know, that's what I thought. Wyatt Earp.
Yeah.
Bray
exactly.
Wyatt.
So congratulations. Stop.
Sorry.
All right. We are sponsored by Garden State Earthworks as we think about our fills this afternoon, game 2. We talked about that earlier. Garden State Earthworks, you have water on your property, maybe especially after the last big storms that just moved through, and it's just giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, or wrinkling pool liners. Do you have anything wrinkling in the backyard?
A little bit, yeah, actually.
Water invading your home. Call our friends at Garden State Earthworks, and your drainage solutions will be done. 856-848-4444. That's 856-848-4444. Garden State Earthworks. Thank you for sponsoring second edition of Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Every now and then, Republicans and Democrats come together in bipartisan agreement and support. What is it about? Well, we'll tell you on the other side. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Acura. We're talking about the all-new 2025 ADX. That's right, ADX. Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. Turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more, but in a compact size. Best of all, it's now available at Piazza Acura. You can check it out at their Ardmore, Reading, and their Westchester locations with leases as low as $389 per month. You're going to get an Acura SUV for under $400 a month. You can't beat it. Check them out today. PiazzaAcura.com with all the latest details.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Registering today at pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal and Company time, baby. Tony Bruno, just about 18 minutes away, live from Florida. He's active on X. He might even be in the YouTube chat as we speak. He'll have plenty to say. By the way, Phillies 3-1. I just saw the Braves yesterday, lost. Braves are 0-6. Tony Bruno might mathematically eliminate the Braves from playoff contention.
He should.
When he comes on in 18 minutes.
Yeah.
There you go. So the drive to keep AM radio in cars gains filibuster-proof support in the United States Senate. Wow. InsideRadio.com with the story. The effort to require AM radio to remain in vehicles sold in the United States passed another major legislative checkpoint yesterday. The bill that would ensure dashboards offer AM radio has secured the necessary 60 supporters in the Senate, ensuring that it could overcome any potential hold on a floor vote. The milestone came in bipartisan fashion with Republican Senator from Florida, Ashley Moody, who was, I believe, the Attorney General. She's now filling the seat vacated by, I believe, Mike Waltz, and Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat from New York. And if you recall, the bill was sponsored initially almost 2 years ago, May of 2023, on a bipartisan front with Ted Cruz from Texas and Democrat Ed Markey from Massachusetts. If passed, now here are the details. The proposed AM radio for every vehicle act requires that the Secretary of Transportation issue a rule requiring access to AM broadcast stations in motor vehicles. So if you are a smaller automobile manufacturer, meaning you produce less than 40,000 passenger cars for sale each year in the United States, you would have 4 years to meet this requirement. Bigger manufacturers would have 2 years to comply with this rule. And both are saying on the Democrat and Republican front that they see this as a common sense proposal. I was thinking about this because this would obviously impact us on 1210 WPHT, unless we somehow end up on FM, which may never happen. NPR is available, I think, in this market on, is it FM, Greg?
Yes, yeah.
But it's also on AM stations throughout the country.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure it is, yeah.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this to me, again, I don't think NPR should be funded with public taxpayer dollars, but I'm not calling for the cancellation of NPR. And if AM radios were to cease to exist in vehicles, not only would stations like 1210 WPHT or Free Speech Conservative Talk Radio cease to exist on an AM dial, NPR would as well. And I know everybody frames this from the emergency perspective of, you know, rural America and how well the AM, which is amplitude modulation, I think is what AM stands for. I mean, you talk about the signal reach of AM stations. There are some AM stations, this one included, that reach multiple states. Oh. Some go up and down the entire east coast of I-95, right?
My wife's uncle told me over the weekend that he listens occasionally in the morning when he's driving in or when he's commuting. Mm-hmm. And he went all the way up to Harrisburg, and he got us all the way up to Harrisburg. So, and Morristown, New Jersey, not Morristown, Morristown. So like North Jersey.
Sure.
So it's it is a very powerful signal.
Yes.
50,000 watts. So.
And obviously,
and look what we do with them.
Yeah, and AM goes much further than FM. And also nowadays, and I mentioned this last week about how when you have a modernized vehicle that offers, the HD radio component, you're not getting 12:10 a.m. the way you used to, where you'd have a little bit of the buzz or the hiss. If your vehicle's got the HD adapter automatically,
it's amazing.
It sounds just like FM.
100%.
So this
sounds actually better than FM.
It really does.
Yeah.
Especially if it stays consistent and doesn't go in and out of HD depending on where you may be traveling in rougher areas from a technology standpoint. But to me, this has always been about, I have viewed it this way. This is a bigger threat than the boogeyman George Soros, in my opinion. I have always thought that any Democrat opposed to AM radio is trying to silence, quote, conservative talk radio. And to me, you can frame it any which way you want. You know, we talk about, rural areas. But, I mean, we have rural, and it's not just a southern thing. I mean, you leave Montgomery, you leave Bluebell, you go 4 miles down Skipback Pike, you're out in rural area, right? So I don't know if you guys have thoughts on this, on what you think this means, big picture, or what the motivations were. But I think this is a huge story, not just because we work in it, but because, and there's also the sentimental side. There's just something, and maybe I'm a radio nerd, there's just something comforting about the old AM radio dial. As somebody who grew up, like I'm that kid that grew up listening to, like Greg, you grew up listening to Stern, right?
Stern, Opie and Anthony.
I grew up listening to play-by-play of sports. God rest the bear man's soul. I grew up listening to AM radio because, let's face it, WIP went to FM in 2011, I think, was when they went from 610 to 94.1. But I remember as a kid in the 90s with my dad driving around in a beat-up Oldsmobile, like AM radio, play-by-play for sports, and just a little bit of sports talk when sports talk was in its infancy. So, I just had that affinity and that connection to the AM radio dial. Back when, remember, Dawn, when you get in your car and you turn the knob and you'd see it almost looked like a thermostat, and it would go from 88 to 90 to 92, and then you see the AM, 700, 1,000, 1,200. Your thoughts?
For me, I think that AM radio, the biggest sell for AM radio is that when everything else goes out, when there's a bad storm or what have you, you have that AM radio dial for especially weather alerts or important news alerts.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's dying any more than I think. I actually think.
Well, we're proving it's not dying on this station right here.
Well, I think so. I think that what we're proving is that there's a niche or niche audience, whatever you want to say, for it. But overall, do mainstream people use it or utilize it? Not necessarily. No. But here's the difference, I will say, between, let's say, television news, which I do actually believe is already dead. They just don't know it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so the reason is the television news hasn't really figured out on a daily basis how to maintain that loyal niche or niche audience. AM radio does have that. So we have our group, we have a camaraderie, we have a sense of belonging, and so that's what keeps it alive. Whereas in television news in particular, it's DOA right now. I hate to say, nobody watches TV news on a regular loyal basis. But for AM radio, the biggest sell, and we saw that during the whole pitch of, don't let this go away. I've had it happen to me before in a horrible storm. Everything goes out. Cell towers are out. Everything's out. You can, if you still have AM radio in your vehicle, you can still get it in your car.
And I would also argue, too, that, yes, I think generally the format, what we do on AM radio across the board, is somewhat of a niche audience. But if you do it really well and you do it right and you do it in a unique way, you can beat perhaps an FM sports station or an FM music station. And it's not just niche for us, but you talk about where we are in the tier of the city of, I don't know how many stations are in the city, 24, 28, whatever it might be. But you look at, our sister station down the hall. I mean, KYW, I know they have an FM antenna as well, but they are consistently almost towards the top. Now, it's a different format, but it's still for years and years and years and years. KYW just celebrated, what anniversary? Was it 60 years?
I think
60th, yeah.
60 years,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So,
awesome.
Yeah. And then when you talk about, the dying formats,
we're like 100 years, so.
Are we really?
Yeah.
Is that what we are? Yeah. When's our celebration coming up?
We don't get one.
Oh, we don't get
No,
one?
It's just KYW that gets one.
Bury us
Not
in the bottom of
Yeah.
an email.
Yeah, like, oh, yeah, and them too. And them too.
Other notable news, 1210 celebrates.
I know they're reinventing the brand over there, but we don't give them credit.
Well, but here's the thing with reinventing your brand, where you talk about, Dawn, you talk about the news on television, dead on arrival and not adapting. We have adapted. We're not just a 1210 AM radio station. We're an app. We're a YouTube stream live. We're basically like a television on your smart devices. We clip things where for people that have the attention span of salad dressing, you can get a take in 90 seconds and we'll throw it up on X. So it's more than just getting in your car like in the old days. And also, how many people when you're in your car these days don't actually listen to us on 1210 but have your phone synced up to your car with Bluetooth
Odyssey
and are listening on the app in your car?
Yeah, lots of people are.
Right.
Lots of people are. So, we first of all, we thank everybody for that. Here's the thing that because I do agree with you that I think that this was a push by liberal Democrats don't know how to get rid of what we do. So they've tried every which way to try and silence what we do, try and make it irrelevant. And I think this was their last ditch effort to really silence what we're doing. That's my honest opinion.
Yeah. And the goal should not be to silence ideas. It should be to create better ones.
The libertarian in me, and it always comes back to this, the libertarian in me feels like, does the government need to mandate?
Orchestrated?
Yeah, I don't love the idea of the government mandating that you must have an AM radio in your car to car manufacturers. There's just something that doesn't sit right with me.
What if their main argument, though, is the emergency aspect?
I mean, then we get back to that NPR thing. You know what I mean? Like, you could then make the argument that NPR shouldn't be defunded because some people can say, well, it's the only form of news I get. Whatever it is, AM, FM, or free on PBS, because that comes with basic cable. That's the only form of news I get. And if you're taking away that, you're taking away my lifeline to find out what's happening in the world or my area. So my problem always comes back to, I hate when government gets involved. The government needs to stay out of every aspect of everyone's life, and we'd all be much better. So, well, I do believe that there is a nefarious intent in Congress to try and get rid of stations like this. I have a big problem with the government mandating it.
I feel like AM radio, to your point earlier, Dawn, AM radio is the power generator for audio news in times of dire straits. When your power goes out at your house,
and the cell tower, so you don't have your cell phone.
And your cell
can't
tower
get to
goes
the app.
out. What do you use if you're fortunate enough or smart enough to have one? You have a generator.
Yeah.
AM radio is the generator for the news relay to you,
and you can,
when a tornado comes.
And you can get that emergency, that urgent news that you need.
Yeah.
And even driving, and I told you guys the time it happened to me, I was everything was out, cell towers were out, and I turned on, I listened, and it was KYW News Radio, but it was on the AM, and they had a meteorologist on in an emergency capacity, and they were like, if you're headed, and I was right, and the area, I was in Montgomery County because I picked up my son, I was somewhere, and they were saying, if you're in this area, go for cover, and I was right there. It was like one of those mini tornadoes, whatever, and we went under an underpass.
Yeah.
And it was that urgent, your heart's pounding situations, stuff is flying, rooftops, the whole thing. And we were caught in the middle of that.
Yeah.
And it could have been bad.
Yeah.
So I would just vouch for that and say, don't get rid of AM radio just for that urgent reason.
Right.
But I will say this, during a time when we've lost trust in our institutions, that's why I think we have that trust here.
Yep.
Because we've lost so much trust in the so-called news media, the days of, people, Walter Cronkite was trending the other day and whatnot. So I just think we've lost trust in our institutions, and that's why we do have that trust here.
Here's the thing, too, is that I believe that what we do here on this radio station is so powerful that, and we have such a big and loyal audience, that if we went away on 1210, and you could only get us on YouTube or the Odyssey app, or maybe 1210 develops its own app like 77 WABC in New York did, if that happens, people will find us.
Oh, they'll migrate right away.
100%. So, like, I understand what everybody's saying about AM radio, and it's a subject near and dear to my heart. I just don't like government mandates.
Yeah.
And I think if your product is good enough, it'll stand on its own 2 feet. And I think this product is good enough to stand on its own 2 feet no matter what happens.
Couple of great tweets here. Marcus Aurelius says, in the winter, I can clearly pick up 1210 as far south as Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of people like in North Jersey, like Brick, New Jersey. A guy says he works in Brick and he listens all day. Somebody said that they listen all the way to Baltimore. So yeah, look, it's a powerful radio station. It's a super powerful radio station. I'm glad we have this signal, but I truly believe that what we're doing is kind of reinventing this genre, and people will find it no matter where we go.
But think about what, so-called foxhole radio, how it was invented. I think it was World War II. And you see some of those old movies and they talk about this. It was the amplitude modulation that's where that whole thing came up. These were soldiers.
Yeah. I think Bruno was the first morning show host.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
So you think about that. Are we at war? Are we our own army, if you will? So you think about that and why people gravitate to this, because it is that grassroots, organic kind of group of people coming together and finding truth.
You're right. Jane says, since the storm Sandy had occurred, I have transistor radios because it was really bad not to have any sound anywhere.
Yep.
And Rudy says, Jimmy Kelly is keeping AM radio alive.
Jimmy Kelly, that is is Rudy Jimmy's brother or something?
Jimmy Kelly was actually Tony Bruno's board op back during the Civil War when they did mornings. All right, we'll come back and get to Tony Bruno, and he'll take a shot at me because I ripped him just there. That's what we do on this show. What's on the cut sheet? We're going to find out as we head down to Florida with Bruno next.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA Or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on your conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Call 855-415-ROTH for a free personalized analysis. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Not a joke.
Kayal Company. 7:48. It is a Wednesday morning. That means we head on down to Southwest Florida with the man, the myth, the legend, internationally known to rock the microphone, whether it's streaming FM or back in his infancy level days on AM radio. Back when 1210 was WCAU. Tony Bruno with us. Hello, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. As I tweeted out earlier, today will be a new record. We will have a 25-hour cut sheet for you. So we will be going until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
What a great idea.
Stop what you're doing. The cut sheet will now go 25 hours, surpassing Cory Booker's. Even Rosario Dawson is listening in this morning to hear the never-ending cut sheet from Cory Booker. Never has one person spoken so long and said so little as yesterday's accomplishment. What the hell did he win? What did he win? Everybody's going crazy. Cory Booker, oh my God, 25 hours.
Tony, I'll tell
What
you.
a hero.
I'll tell you right now, don't give Stocker any ideas. There's not a talent fee big enough to get me to do a 25-hour cut sheet.
It's true, Tony.
Unless it's Travis Manion Foundation, then I'll consider it.
Exactly.
Jeez, 25-hour cut sheet. Harry Mays would have to check out after 2 hours.
Yeah.
He'd tell us he'd have to go tape a golf podcast or something. That crumb bum.
By the way, I was on a podcast last night, Drunk Phillies Fans. Drunk Phillies Fans podcast last night.
Wow.
Getting ready. We're talking baseball. The Atlanta Braves are done. The Minnesota Twins are done. Everybody's done except the Phillies. The White Sox are even playing better than some of these supposedly good teams.
I have to ask you, Tony, what do you think of the torpedo bats?
Well, somebody said to me yesterday on Trans Day of Visibility here, or Invisibility here in Southwest Florida, is that a torpedo bat in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me, Tony?
And with that,
that happens when you...
And with that, yeah.
Wait, are you going to have to edit that?
No, of course not. I just thought it was it's timing, buddy. I just thought it was a good way to.
It's not a torpedo bat.
No, I didn't have to edit that. That was a good way to end it.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on, man, radio.
I don't think Dawn liked that torpedo bat joke.
No,
I'm not Jimmy Fallon here.
She has the dirty.
I don't have writers.
She has the dirtiest mind of us all.
What?
She has the dirtiest mind of us all.
No.
What's the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Bruno, What Up Wednesday, sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Do you have a Rita's Italian Ice down by you, Tony Bruno?
Yes, Rita's is here in Southwest Florida, too.
Love
water
it.
ice.
Water
we still
ice.
call it water ice down here. The gelatis, everything they make is phenomenal. I love Rita's.
Get ready for a burst of bold, fruity flavor. Introducing Rita's new Skittles Ice. Try it in gelati or ice blender. Add even more fun with the crunchy new Skittle pop topping. Stop by Rita's today. By the way, I tried that Skittles thing. It's amazing.
Is it really?
It's amazing. It's not good for you. I know. It has. I know, Dawn. It has the red dyes in it, but
very bad.
Skittles is only good. Skittles came to fame because of Purple Drank back in the day.
Yes.
When you were making, you would put that in there with all these other concoctions, and then it became Purple Drank in the hood. For those of us in the hood who understand the hood.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We did the Purple Drank bit with you and Harry on the radio back in the day.
Exactly right. I think Purple Drank is coming back now.
I should make it come. Make Purple Drank great again, Tone.
Exactly.
Starting
By the way,
here.
quick point
Yeah.
on the point on the AM radio thing.
Yep.
AM radio was what got me into the business. Listening at night to all the different radio stations I can get in my South Philly basement. Hearing Indianapolis and hearing radio stations from all over America. It was fascinating to me. It's what drew me to wanting to be in radio, hearing all these different stations and voices on AM radio at night.
Mm-hmm.
So the big news last night was that the big Wisconsin State Supreme Court general election, I don't know, was between Republican Brad Schimmel and who was the other one?
Susan Crawford.
Yes, the liberal Democrat, Susan Crawford. Susan Crawford won. People are saying, why should I care about a Supreme Court election in the state of Wisconsin? And I'm not sure people understood why this was such a big deal and why this was such a big test for the Republicans and for the Democrats. Scott Pressler explained it on the Benny show yesterday. So roll this.
Guys, if you like Trump, this election should speak to you. Benny just said it to you. So here's what will happen. Let me put let me make this crystal clear. We don't win today. They will redraw the maps. We will likely lose the House. And on day one of 2027, they will impeach President Trump. And you are going to see the impeachment circus that started in 2019 rev up again. You are going to see our ability to have a good budget. All of those cuts that you like to see from Doge, etc., all those cuts are going to be reinstated. You're going to see funding of Ukraine. You're going to see funding of our enemies that despise everything of what it means to be an American citizen. You're not going to see money to secure the border. You're not going to see money for border patrol or border security. All of your dreams and hopes and visions, everything that we worked tirelessly to achieve on November 5th, 2024 is gone.
Wow.
And I do think this is a big deal because, as I said earlier, you could end up having Hakeem Jeffries, Dollar Store Obama, as the Speaker of the House. And why I think it's a big issue is this was not just any Republican. This was a Trump-endorsed candidate. This was Elon Musk spending not necessarily his money, $21 million. I think he spent roughly $2 million of his own. But the PACs affiliated with him spent $19 million.
Total was the most ever spent on an election like this.
Well over
$100 million.
over $100 million. And I know you said earlier, Dawn, very liberal area in Madison, but this was not just a Madison race. This was a statewide. So where were the rural support voters for Trump and Trump-backed candidates? Because, again, this is a state that Donald Trump won 2 out of 3 times on the general election stage.
Yeah,
the thing, guys, about the money was, Musk put his money in and went there to Green Bay and did the cheese hat thing and all of that. But people keep forgetting that the money pouring in for the woman who won, they were coming in from all over the world. It's like what happens in Philadelphia. You'll see it again with Larry Krasner. Larry Krasner has no support, doesn't show up for any of the debates because he knows he's got all this money being pumped into his campaign to try to get a third term in Philly. Outside money is what makes the difference. People forget about the Soros impact. Soros funded this Supreme Court seat. In Pennsylvania, we've had Supreme Court seat situations going on where money comes in from all over the country to make sure that the candidates that the machine wants get in.
Just to give you those numbers, $104.5 million, so it more than doubled the previous record.
Wow.
$57.2 million, and that's Team Schimmel. And as far as Crawford, who won, the incumbent Democrat who won, she had $47.3 million. So actually, Schimmel outspent her, 57 to 47.
Wow. Do we know the actual results as far as how close or not close this was?
10 points.
10 points.
She won by, it was not close.
Wow.
Yikes.
Wow.
Yeah, it was called early. It was called so early, even Nick Kayal was in bed. I mean, that's how early it was called.
By the way, and from what I was seeing on X yesterday, there was they had record turnout for an election like this.
They have early voting that went on for what, a week or two?
Oh.
And so then you have that, and then you have so basically I'll say this, the early voting, the laws that Linda Kearns talks about all the time, it's boring stuff, but it matters.
Yep.
The gerrymandering matters.
Mm-hmm.
But years ago, this is decades ago, Wisconsin, because my mom's from there, my family who lived there. So what they say is many years ago, Democrats opened up the money they give, let's say, to single moms. And so there was no limit. If you had 7 kids and you moved from, let's say, Chicago and you moved to Wisconsin, you got, $2,000 a month back in the day. So they got all these Democrat voters to move from urban areas into Wisconsin. And it's a strategy the Democrats are very good at. So they do that. Think about the recent administration. Their strategy to flood areas with blue voters was to open up the borders.
Yep.
But that's really nothing new.
Nope. They're all about redistricting.
Oh, you're right, Doc.
Whether it's with legal voters or illegal.
Last night on the MSNBCs, they were taking a victory lap here and pinning this all on the defeat of Elon Musk. Larry stopped the hammering O'Donnell and Rachel Maddow.
Oh, Rachel was working on it Tuesday.
Well, yeah, she's working 4 or 5 days a week until
that's right, first 100.
Yeah, and then after that, she's taking a siesta.
Yeah, so am I.
By the way, apparently Larry O'Donnell has been off for 3 weeks. Remember when you said he was so stressed out?
He had to take a mental health checkout.
Well, apparently he went away somewhere and got really ill and has been off for a long time. So.
Yeah. Probably left the country.
Dozens of people realized he was off.
No, he tweeted yesterday. He's tweeted yesterday that MSNBC now has more TikTok and online viewers than any other network. So that's I saw him tweet that yesterday, Larry.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he tweeted that MSNBC now has more people watching on TikTok and social media than all the other networks combined. Because I don't know about you, but at 11 o'clock at night, I make sure I go to TikTok to watch Larry Lawrence on MSNBC on TikTok.
So that's where their audience went. 50% decline.
They went to TikTok,
all
yeah.
jumped to TikTok.
All right, let's roll this.
In Wisconsin is a huge, huge defeat for Elon Musk, who, as we saw, personally went full cheesehead, thinking, that's how to appeal to people in Wisconsin, and handing out those $1 million checks, literally trying to buy the election, physically doing the buying on TV. So this is just a huge setback for Elon Musk and therefore for Donald Trump.
Oh, devastating.
When I first saw the news at the end of last week that Musk was going to not just put his money into this race, but that he was going to physically go to Wisconsin, do a campaign event, do this stunt where he pays voters and do this whole thing again, I thought, that is great news for the Democrats. Because there are few people in American public life who are as underwater in terms of the way the American public views them as Elon Musk is. But seeing the way that Mr. Musk behaved in Wisconsin, seeing the way that MAGA media portrayed this as something that was actually going to help that candidate there, I started to wonder, maybe I'm looking at the wrong polls. Maybe they're seeing something else that I'm not seeing. Maybe Elon Musk is going to help this guy. But this is to have this margin within less than an hour to have this call within less than an hour of polls closing with the kind of margin it looks like it's going to end up there in Wisconsin. This is just a kick in the proverbial teeth to the White House and to Mr. Musk.
Well, I do think you can probably take it to the bank that Elon Musk had some level of influence and impact for Trump's victory in November. I think Elon Musk was far more influential, and it might only be a percentage point here or 2 points there, but it's more than Bobby Kennedy, which is, I think, more than Tulsi Gabbard. But I think the big issue here is not that this is, oh my God, this is the beginning of the end of the Republicans controlling everything, but I think it goes to show you how committed you need to be. Because if you really want, and this is just my personal opinion, if you really want to see MAGA, Make America Great Again, the actual result occur in this country, I actually think it takes more than one term of Trump. I don't think you're going to get remotely close to what your end goal is by 2028. I think you need 8 to 12 years, which means 2 to 3 elections of Trump followed by Vance or Trump followed by DeSantis to get to that finish line. And if 2027 comes and Republicans lose the House, now all of a sudden you went from having the White House, the Supreme Court, the House, and the Senate. You had all 4 slices of the pie. Now you only have 3 of those 4 slices. And I don't think Scott Pressler is using hyperbole here because we've seen it multiple times. If the House goes back to the Democrats, they're going to impeach. They're going to try to impeach Trump.
Of course. Well, they're trying to impeach him now. They've got Elon Musk has become the enemy of the Democrats. That's all they care about is Elon Musk. They don't care about, Cory Booker, 25 hours. Did he mention anything about anything that mattered? That's why they were all glued to Cory Booker yesterday and forgot to go out and vote. And it's ridiculous. Did they mention on MSNBC that the 2 seats that were supposed to be lost here in Florida to replace the 2 Congress people who have left, that they were won by one guy, Randy Fine, who everybody thought was going to lose, and then the other candidate won? They both won. Florida Democrats are in disarray. So Florida picked up 2 more House seats last night. I guarantee you they're not talking about that on MSNBC.
No, they're not. Nobody's talking about the victories in Florida. To their credit, I will say a lot of Associated Press, they're saying they're calling it a mixed bag between Florida and Wisconsin. So I'll give them credit.
Well, the Florida, the Wisconsin Supreme Court race is all about redistricting and getting rid of conservative areas in Wisconsin so they can get more congressional seats in the state of Wisconsin. That's what that's all about. But they did vote for voter ID, which is surprising because voter ID is like kryptonite to the Democrats. Oh, yeah. It's nobody has an ID. It doesn't matter how many years, decades, centuries go by, somehow voter ID is still racist and people can't get one. Even your governor, Rod Shapiro, is talking about, if you go out and get a real ID by May something, you're automatically registered to vote. And so how many people will go get a real ID and then be automatically registered to vote? I have no problem with that. But do you believe that process is going to be played out correctly? No. You think that Josh Shapiro, who tweets like every 20 minutes now, nobody tweets more. Even Donald Trump doesn't tweet as much as Josh Shapiro right now.
Speaking of how unpopular the Democrats are, Nick brought this up at 6:01 this morning. Per CNN, the Democrats' approval rating in Congress right now, roll this.
Holy Toledo. Voters' views of the Democrats in Congress among all voters disapprove 68%. And look at the approved number, just 21%.
Number.
Lower than the Democratic Party at large. This is the lowest on record for Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University polling. You think these numbers are bad? Let's go to this side of the screen. We'll look how Democratic voters feel. Get this. The plurality of Democratic voters disapprove of Democrats in Congress at 49%, and just 40% approve. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh, my goodness gracious, you just can't get worse than these numbers.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah. By the way, that was before Cory Booker went on a 25-hour bender. And then, so I'm sure the latest CNN poll, the Democrats are going to absolutely take over again after Cory Booker laid it all on the line for 25 hours yesterday. I mean, it was breathtaking.
Well, if you take Cory Booker's mom out of that equation, that 40% drops down to 20%.
No, I think Rosario Dawson even was texting him during the thing, but he couldn't pick up his phone because he was like, it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Usually when you filibuster, you stand for something. It's about a bill. It's not about just talking for 25 hours.
Yeah,
I can talk for 25 hours.
I was just going to say that. Who could go longer, Tony Bruno or Cory Booker?
That's a poll question.
This is when
Put it up on the poll, Phil.
Yeah.
Who could talk longer?
Who could talk longer?
And say nothing. And say nothing. I guarantee you, if I talk for 25 straight hours, I would say things that are more relevant than anything that Cory Booker said.
Agreed.
He didn't make one legitimate point about anything that matters.
Hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Bingo.
Speaking of Booker, we played this earlier, but this is when he realized when Chucky told him, and Dog brought up an interesting point. The whole point of this speech was to kick the Democrats in the ass, like Chuck Schumer, to get up and stand up and be vocal about this administration. And it was Chucky that told him that he broke the record. Roll this.
John.
Would the senator yield for a question?
Chuck Schumer, it's the only time in my life I can tell you no.
I just want to tell you a question. Do you know you have just broken the record? Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
America.
What are you going to do now, Cory? I'm going to Disney World.
Come over to my grill and have a frozen burger with non-melted cheese.
Extra cheese on that burger now, Chucky. Extra cheese, bro. Turn up the fire. I want that thing well done this year.
Lost in all of this, though, in this kick in the ass to get the Democrats to resist and fight harder against Trump. What is he talking about? They resist everything he says and does. They object to the fact that today's Wednesday, if Trump says today is Wednesday. They want to impeach him for breaking wind. They resist every single thing. I would actually argue if you spent 25 hours trying to rally your base to resist and fight more, you wasted all of your time. That's your whole platform. And it's losing because all you want to do is try to point at Trump and say, oh, but how about you come up with better ideas? That's what you should be spending 25 hours doing. That's all they do is resist. I think the whole objective is...
Cory Booker spent more time talking about nothing than he did in his 2020 presidential campaign. He didn't spend 25 minutes being relevant. He was even more irrelevant than what's-her-face who lost the election. Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
He bailed out even before Kamala Harris got wiped off the face of the earth in 2020.
He bailed before
now they're
Tulsi
propping
Gabbard
him up as
bodied her.
You're now propping him up as the new face of the party?
Yeah.
Well, that's the question I asked earlier in the show. Is this all about, not so much about the Democrat Party, but is this about Cory Booker and positioning himself? Because he's looking around probably, I'll assume, and says, boy, John Fetterman's making a lot of noise. Gavin Newsom's on every podcast in the world lately. Cory Booker's saying, all right, I'm going to get me a little spotlight now.
Phil, do we have Cory Booker and Jake Tapper? I know we played it earlier. I don't see it on my sheet here.
Oh, this is the one where Jake Tapper had to tell us that Cory was actually sitting in a chair.
Yeah, roll this.
Because we just assumed he was 6'11".
Joining me now, and for anybody watching at home, please understand we gave him a chair. He's sitting in a chair right now. The illusion is that he's standing. But for people who don't know, you had to stand the whole time. You couldn't take a bathroom break. The only break of any sort you got was if one of your colleagues would ask you a question to give your voice a break.
Yes.
How are you feeling? Yeah, physically and also emotionally, the longest speech in the history of the U.S. Senate.
Well, I'm physically not in the best shape, but I am emotionally just feeling really fed right now and grateful. And
stop it. Let's stop it.
Really,
that's all we need.
Stop it right there.
This actually applies to me as well. As I told you on Monday, I'm starting a new diet. I said, I'm physically not in the best of shape, but as you can tell on YouTube, folks, I am emotionally well fed. You see this?
Emotionally well fed.
Tony, has Robin ever emotionally fed you?
He pleads the fifth.
Let me check. She helps me emotionally break down every couple of days, when we go to the house and things aren't getting done and, we're going to be homeless in a couple of months. Yeah. So other than that, no. Robin's a great cook. We've been trying to cut down on carbs and stuff too, trying to stay healthy. It's like 90 degrees every day now, so it's super hot in Florida. God. So you just have to go outside and walk around. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Walk around.
What a pompous jackoff he is. Like Cory Booker.
Enough about Jake Tapper. Now, come on. We already know Jake is a pompous asshole. I'm sorry. Can I say that?
Fake strapper.
No.
Could you imagine Jake Tapper putting this guy on after the longest speech in congressional history? Oh, the humanity.
Always sounds like he's got a throat lozenge in when he's talking as well. You ever notice that with Tapper?
Yeah.
Talking about voices going out.
Dawn, I know you played this on your program, your wonderful program that starts at 10 a.m. every day. But I want to play it for the cut sheet. The Kid Rock was on with the Fox and Fiends.
Fox and Fiends?
And explaining the big dinner that happened between President Trump, Kid Rock, Bill Maher, and Dana White. Wouldn't you love to have been a fly on the wall on that?
Bread was broken, huh?
On that dinner, bread was broken. Let's hear from Bobby.
All right, tell us what happened from start to finish in 30 seconds.
In 30 seconds, I went on Bill's show, I went on his podcast, and I said, man, nothing happens if people don't break bread together and meet face to face. He's been one of the president's hardest critics, and we came to dinner, me, Bill, Dana White, and it could not have been better. Everyone was so surprised, so pleasant. The most shocking thing to me was, Bill's obviously a very big liberal, been very hard on the president, but he's donated a lot of money to other politicians. You've had Biden, Clinton, Obama, everybody. He had never been to the White House, and the president was so gracious. He took us up to the private residence. We saw the Gettysburg Address in the Lincoln bedroom, and I was like, you've never been here, Bill? And I was like, how about this? President Trump, extending this olive branch, and we talked about things we had in common, ending wokeness, securing the border. The president was asking him what he thought about policy, going on with Iran and Israel and things. It just meant it blew my mind. It was I was very, very proud.
It's amazing. Find something in your life that you love to show off as much as Trump loves to show off the Lincoln bedroom. Trey, that is if you get the tour with Trump, you're guaranteed to be asked, you want to see the Lincoln bedroom? He loves to show off the Lincoln bedroom. Bill Maher.
The Clintons, didn't the Clintons used to rent out the Lincoln bedroom to their big fundraisers? Monica Lewinsky had the best seat in the house in the Oval Office. It was under the table. It was under the desk.
She definitely did. By the way, Bill Maher, according to sources, Bill Maher had a list of insults that Trump has said about Bill Maher, and Trump signed it for him.
Wow. I saw that Maher tweeted yesterday. He says, hey, everybody, thank you for all the interest in my dinner with the president last night. I promise all will be revealed on the next show, which is April 11th.
Yep.
So
By the way, shout out to Nick, not Nick Kayal, Nick on Twitter, who showed a picture of his car radio with 1210 on it, saying, "Tony Bruno, nice to hear your voice on the Philadelphia airwaves." Thank you very much, Nick. Thanks for listening. Take those. I see those presets, those low energy presets you have on your car radio. Take those off and just put 1210 on.
Oh, you don't like seeing the 5 other frequencies, huh?
I mean, they're all 3 of them are sister stations, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Get them off your preset.
Yeah.
But just 1210.
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
I agree.
Thank you, Nick, for listening. And if you want to show off your car radio too, and show us your low energy low energy presets.
Although my man could use a little wipe on his screen.
Yeah.
A lot of dust buildup there.
He's
come on, Nick.
He's probably a salt of the earth dude who like works for a living, unlike us, who just sit here and gab for hours.
Yeah. I'd probably sneeze if I was in there.
By the way, if you're watching this on the YouTube stream, you can see I have a new guest in the studio this morning.
Wait.
It's not Robin.
Who's it?
You notice who's in the back?
Wait, hang on. Phil, can you put a one shot on Tony?
Yeah, go to one.
Put the
Box
one
one,
shot.
go
Put the
big.
one shot on Tony. That is Dawn.
She's right.
Oh, Dawn.
She's right behind me now.
Hello, Dawn.
Is that Ozzy?
Who is that?
Ozzy?
Be best, baby.
It's Melania.
Ah, jeez.
Melania now. Melania
You have
proudly standing behind me in the studio. I won Melania. I took her home after playing bocce last weekend here in Cape Coral for a shrine what's not Shriners, because Shriners is
Chop.
No, not Chop. It was Shriners.
St.
No, it was
St.
the other
Jude's?
St. Children's Children's Research Hospital.
Yeah,
So we did a
Memphis-based.
bocce tournament,
Yep.
and there was a raffle, so I threw a couple bucks in, and then I won Melania at the end of the night. So I said to Robin, "Hey, we're taking Melania home tonight, baby. Let's party."
You should box that up and send it to Dawn.
Dawn, how much would you offer for that Melania stand-up in the back there?
I would never take your
life-size.
Melania. I would never take it.
Poll question: would Dawn rather put up a
Good luck.
Christmas tree or a Melania cardboard cutout? Get that poll posted.
If you want to see this, if you want to see it, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. All the Tony Bruno fans who've come over to see us, thank you. But please make sure you're hitting the subscribe button. Please hit that subscribe button and hit the like button. Only 109 likes. Like, come on, guys. What are we doing wrong? Hit that like button right now, damn it.
Damn right.
We talked about this yesterday. Nick brought it up, but we have the audio, so I wanted to bring it back. I wanted to ask Tony Bruno's opinion, if you're okay with this, Nick.
No, I object to that.
This is the Star Wars actor John Boyega, who
I saw this, yeah.
who attacks fans of the franchise as racist white elitists. He does it in a very lovely British accent, by the way.
Of course. Yes.
Roll this.
They're pandering. Let me tell you, Star Wars always had the vibe of being in the most whitest elite space. Like, this franchise is so white that it's like a black person existing in that was something. And you can always tell it's something when some Star Wars fans try to say, well, we had Lando Calrissian and had Samuel L. Jackson. It's like telling me how many cookie chips are on the cookie dough. I'm like, bro, it's just they just scattered that in there, bro. They're okay with us playing the best friend, but once we touch their heroes, once we lead, once we trailblaze, it's like, oh my God, it's just a bit too much.
Wow.
Way
to crap on the fans of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Man.
Does ABC, ESPN, and Disney, do they employ anybody that's not a woke jerk off? Or is that like the prerequisite? Can somebody just do their job and entertain me?
I know.
Wow.
Tony, your thoughts. We talked about this a few
We
days
had
ago.
Lando Calrissian, the coolest brother in the galaxy. I mean, come on, man.
Exactly.
No, that's so ridiculous. There was the most diverse cast. I mean, they had all these mutations, and they had the saloon, and they had everybody mixed in there.
It's like a
You know what I
cookie
mean? So
with
I
the
don't-
chocolate chips. They just sprinkle them in.
Yeah.
It's a sci-fi movie. It's about planets that don't exist. It's about people and things that
Jar
don't
Jar
exist. And thank you. Like, what are we doing?
Exactly.
What are we doing?
I mean, they even had a tribute to Jerry Nadler with who's the big blubbery guy?
Job
out
of the
there?
Hut. Job of the Hut. Yeah.
Job of the Hut. I mean,
Yeah.
they had Jerry Nadler in there. They had big people. They had small people. They had white, black, orange, green, purple. They had it was the color of the rainbow. It was inclusive.
Yeah.
You're right. Disney hires the worst people to make movies. I'm telling you.
It's unbelievable.
It just doesn't matter. And they're openly advocating. I mean, I don't want to call somebody a racist without proof, but man, you absolutely have people on mainstream media, in Disney, on MSNBC, the anti-white rhetoric that they just openly spew with nobody pushing back and nobody checking them on their nonsense. Even Sunny Hostin has gotten to the point where she's saying, can somebody legally fact-check these people? She's the only one that ever gets fact-checked for her absurdity.
Yeah, I'm not, like, this is just, I can't believe, if I'm Disney, I would be like, dude, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing?
Oh, look at Rachel Zegler. Snow White. Last weekend.
Nobody's looking at her. The movie went down 77% from its weekend opening debacle. Yeah. And she's still yapping. And it hurts me because I'm a Disney stockholder, and she's killing my 401k, for God's sake.
You know what's interesting to me? You are a Disney stockholder because you work for ESPN, right?
Yep.
Yes.
That's amazing.
I'm vested. I'm vested.
What an amazing
I'm going to take the best off later today.
Yeah.
I mean, I got Tesla and I got Disney.
Yep.
And both of them, well, Tesla's not getting killed, but they're trying to kill Tesla because, how about the guy, by the way, the Monco guy that they nailed? Did you guys talk about him?
The Tesla, yeah. Yeah, in Doylestown.
Yeah, the Tesla guy.
In Doylestown.
The guy who has a car service.
Yep.
And then they caught him. Did you play that on the cut sheet yesterday?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, you have every right.
What a strapper that guy is.
Total strap. You have every right to be pissed off. I mean, these people with their politicization of a children's entertainment company are killing your bottom line on stocks.
You know
exactly.
What I realized, but Kayal, you and I'm vested in Odyssey. Tony has Disney, Dawn has Fox. And we have Odyssey. That's why they're set up for the future, and we are not.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't have that many shares. Listen, if I had that many shares, I'd be sitting in Florida building a house.
To all the evil corporate overlords. I'm just kidding.
I'm not. I have Fox and Paramount, that big sale right now.
I gotta find this. What's
stock.
the next Netflix stock that's gonna boom? I need to jump on it before it goes for $900 a share. If anybody has any advice, let me know.
Did you see?
I just saw yesterday the guy who started Chipotle is a billionaire now. Yep. Did you know that?
Yeah.
The guy who started Chipotle, and remember, Chipotle went through some ups and downs. The stock went up so high, he got rid of most of the stock, and then he still made. But then now he's trying to dabble with other companies that aren't making it. Yeah. But the guy is the first fast food billionaire with Chipotle, and Chipotle's really not fast food, but it's an absolute gold mine.
It's
the Chipotle
fabulous
stock.
It's fabulous food, by the way.
How many shares do you think Nancy has of that?
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
By the way, speaking of shares, did you guys see Newsmax's shares?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
my God.
I guess the commercials are correct on 1210.
I was just gonna say
everybody's watching Newsmax.
Man, they went gangbusters.
Even President Trump loves Newsmax.
3 days. It's insane.
Well, they're going public.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So staying on the race issues here, this woman on TikTok says, let me see if I get this quote correct. Being on time is white supremacy.
Well, what is early?
Roll it.
Being on time is white supremacy because what are they always on time to do? Oppress. I'm always going to be 10 to 15 minutes late because that's the correct time, according to my people.
Oh, so
we start at 6 a.m.
So we start at 6. I get here about 5:17 each day. I guess I'm the leader of white supremacy then.
We actually start at 5:58.
Okay.
Dawn cannot get past this. We start at 5:58.
That's Dawn's usual arrival time. So the early tip off has affected her life. Yeah, it's like the Phillies game.
Wait a minute, she's on the air. She's on the air for 6 consecutive hours.
Come
on, man.
It's true. Come on, man.
Cory Booker couldn't do 6 hours of radio.
It's true.
There has to be cohesiveness.
It's like the Phillies starting at 6:45 instead of 7:07. Yeah, Bryce Harper has to adjust his schedule now.
Tell the salespeople to sell more ads in the 5 o'clock hour, and we would start at 6 a.m. But
we used to start at 5. I used to do the news at 5:30 for a long time in the morning.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
They didn't. They couldn't sell it.
That's a half hour.
Jimmy Kelly, mark that tape. We will not do that. We will not start at 5:30
No.
when they start to get ideas because they see how successful the show has been.
Not as long as I'm here.
What if we can squeeze an extra?
When I was on
quarter hour?
12:10, when I was on 12:10, my show started at 5 a.m.
No.
5 a.m. Yes.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
I'd have to take 3 naps.
California, this is cut one, Phil. California is now going to give out DEI speeding tickets.
Please explain.
Okay.
San Francisco is launching a new speed safety pilot program backed by Democratic California Governor Gavin Newsom, where how much you pay for a speeding ticket depends on who you are. And it's all in the name of equity. On its website, the City Transportation Authority goes out of its way to explain that speed safety cameras will be dispersed across San Francisco in a, quote, equitable fashion. But not everyone will have to pay the same if they get a ticket. Get this. Low-income offenders qualify for steep fine discounts, guys, up to half off. And if you're homeless but speeding in your vehicle, you can get up to 80% discount.
What?
Pause it.
Jerry,
Pause
here's
it.
just
Pause
one
it.
So,
by the way, that story is 3 weeks. So I did it on my Friday night show 2 weeks ago. So shame on you. Shame on you, outnumbered. That story is so old. I did it on my show, on my Friday night show. I'm telling you, 2 weeks ago, I had the breakdown. There's a graph that shows if you go over 100 miles an hour and you don't make much money, you pay a whole lot less. And it makes no sense. Because if you're going over 100 miles an hour, you're speeding, no matter whether you're poor, rich, or anything. But if you go over 100 miles an hour and you're poor, then you don't have to pay as much of a fine. So tell me this, if you're going over 100 miles an hour and you get caught by a speeding camera thing, and then you get into an accident, is the damage less when you kill people by going 100 miles an hour and get into a wreck? Or if you're just going 100 miles an hour, period, why is the fine predicated on how much money you make?
Just to point
That's
out,
why California is a disaster.
Yeah. Just to point out how stupid this is, ask the victim. In your example there, Tony, you're going 100, you hit somebody, you kill them. Let's say you kill an 18-year-old. Ask that mom if she gives a rip whether or not the guy that killed her son makes 6 figures and is black or is poor and is white. Do you think it matters to the victim, the identity of the offender? No, it doesn't. I mean, think about it. Now, first of all, homeless people with vehicles. Have you ever seen a homeless person that has a vehicle? I guess some people sleep in their vehicle, but you don't see that too often. So if I make X and Phil Almquist makes Y, Phil would get a break for going 65 and a 45, but I would pay full freight? Makes no sense. That just illustrates how stupid the concept is of equity. Now, if you want equality, I'm on board with you. But there's a stark contrast between equality and equity, and Kamala Harris couldn't figure that out after 5 years.
And yesterday, by the way, in California on April 1st, everything went up. Gas taxes went up. Here's Gavin Newsom. He and Josh Shapiro are every day trying to run for president. And yesterday, the gas prices went up again. The taxes went up again. Real estate taxes, sales taxes went up. You're paying like 12% in some California cities for sales tax. You know, when you go in and buy stuff. And Gavin Newsom was blaming price gouging on the gas prices going up in California. And even the local media there, which is all progressive, even they say, no, it's not gouging. It's the policies of the Democrats in California that make California gas prices continue to go up as they come down in the rest of the country.
By the way, shout out to Walt, who just tweeted me this. Speaking of Cory Booker, while he was on the Senate floor yesterday pontificating for 25 hours, one of his staffers was arrested on charges of carrying a pistol without a license. Capitol Police arrested a staffer for Senator Cory Booker for on charges of carrying a pistol without a license. By the way, this article by Politico not written correctly. On charges of carrying a pistol without a license, the department announced Tuesday authorities arrested the staffer named by Capitol Police as Kevin Batts Monday evening after Batts told officers outside the Senate galleries he was armed. The department said Batts had been led by Booker around security screening at a Senate office building earlier the day, according to the department.
Batts should have went with
at least the guy didn't have to sit there for 25 hours and listening to Cory yammer when they took him into He brings a guy in as a security guard, his personal security with a gun, and then the guy doesn't have a permit, and that story isn't even mentioned during the 25 hours of rambling.
So we've got guns without proper documentation, voting without proper documentation. Fascinating how the Democrats just don't seem to be too keen on the concept of documentation.
Elie Mystal was on The View yesterday.
Oh, I've got some thoughts for this guy.
And
he's the best.
He says that we need to get rid of every law prior to 1965.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Roll this. My
premises for the book is that every law passed before the 1965 Voting Rights Act should be presumptively unconstitutional, right? But because before the 1965 Voting Rights Act, we were functionally an apartheid country. Not everybody who lived here could vote here. So why should I give about some law that some old white man passed in the 1920s, like the Immigration and Nationality Act, when they passed our fundamental...
If Joy Reid and Don King had a wild bender, they would create this buffoon. This is the same dope that's always on MSNBC, on all those panels with all the soy boys in the Rachel Maddows just spewing race. This is a guy that totally needs to be checked, because I guarantee you he's going to get to the point where he says something where it is without a doubt, without question, a racist statement. And I guarantee you there's going to be a point where a Comcast, NBC, Universal bigwig comes out and tells him he has to do a walkback and a public apology. He's close to getting Sonny Hostin. I think he is.
Nah. ABC hasn't done anything to this hags on The View.
Oh, no,
you think they're going to do anything to a guy pimping a book on The View, where they actually put up the QR code so you can buy his book while he's on there pimping it and calling the whole nation racist?
No, remember
I
when
I
Sonny
love him as Q-Tip now. Remember, he was the original Q-Tip.
Yeah.
And now he's the big man Q-Tip. Yeah. That's great hair, by the way. I envy that. If I had hair, that's the kind of hair I'd like to have.
Now, see, if I had that kind of hair, I would have braided it or made dreadlocks. I would have been like Allen Iverson back in the day, if I had that kind of hair, back when those were a thing. I was always a big fan of that, the Iverson dreads.
By the way, there's this new book out by Amy Parnes and Jonathan Allen. It's called Fight Inside the Wildest Battle for the White House. There's all kinds of revelations in this book that I feel like are not getting the proper vetting. Like meaning like I'm not seeing stories like this around on like mainstream media.
And who wrote the book?
Jonathan Allen and Amy Parnes. They write. They're like inside the Beltway politicos who write books like this all the time.
Okay.
So Jonathan Allen, this has got four, Phil. Jonathan Allen, in one of these, he was on the podcast with Tara Palmieri, and he details how Biden made Harris, quote, beg for an endorsement on the day he dropped out.
Yeah, get on your knees and tell me how much you love me.
It's crazy.
Roll this.
John, give me the play-by-play of that conversation between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris when he tells her that he's dropping out of the race.
Biden calls Jim Clyburn, who's in South Carolina, I believe celebrating his birthday, and tells him and says, listen, I've got a statement I'm going to get out. And he reads the statement, and Clyburn goes, there's a problem with your statement. And Biden's like, what is it? And he goes, you don't mention Kamala Harris. You're going to have to endorse her. And Biden says, well, I'm going to I'll eventually endorse her, but I'm going to leave my statement as is. And Clyburn's like freaking out. He's like, I don't know what to do. He wants to be able to endorse Kamala Harris himself immediately. He needs Biden to get out of the race before he can do that. He's got a 5:30 p.m. phone call set up with Barack Obama. He knows Obama's going to push him to support this, this contested primary open convention idea. And he wants to be able to tell Obama to go pound sand. So in order to do that, he has to have already endorsed Harris himself. So ultimately, that's what Clyburn does, and it's ultimately what Biden does. Biden puts out the first statement, then about half an hour later, he puts out the second statement, launching the Harris campaign's effort to lock down all these delegates. And then Clyburn gets on the phone with Obama at 5:30 p.m. and says, Mr. President, I have already endorsed Kamala Harris. You need to get behind the vice president. It has to be her. And then their phone call lasts less than a minute, helping foil Barack Obama's plans to have this open convention. Like a wild day, never reported at the time that Harris was ready to launch that whip operation, never reported at the time that she had to beg Joe Biden to issue an endorsement the same day. If he doesn't do it, disaster for her.
They have never liked each other, in my opinion. I think he used
Now,
her.
those two, by the way, they've been everywhere. They've been pimped in this book,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of juicy details. And the one that's the most compelling that I heard is, remember when Kamala Harris was walking around with a phone, and it was supposedly, it was Barack and Michelle on the phone, and she's walking around smiling. That was set up because Obama and Michelle did not want to do it on camera. So to make it look like they were after the Jim Clyburn thing, they had to make it look like Barack Obama and Michelle were behind this as well. So they staged this phone call where she's walking around and it's Barack and Michelle saying, we endorse you, but they refuse to do anything on video or any kind of Zoom call to make it look official.
Yeah.
That's how phony this whole thing was.
Right.
And these two, this book has a lot of juicy tidbits in it. Of course, if we only had known about it, well, we did know about it. Now people are making money telling us about it.
It's a great point.
Right.
It's a great point.
Yeah.
Like, where were all these people when this was actually happening? The fact of the matter is they were cashing in because they were getting these, these inside scoops, allegedly, I guess. And, they were like, hey, this is enough for a book. So,
Well, and they also boxed themselves into the identity politics corner, right? Because Joe used Kamala as the poster girl for DEI. And then when Joe's forced out, well, you can't skip over Kamala, a minority female, because it's going to be labeled racist. It's going to be labeled sexist. It's the same reason why I think they skipped over Shapiro.
Phil, can you put up the screen grab you have in preview right now? Not the audio, just the picture that you have right now in the screen. That one right there. So, doesn't this look like a bizarro? First, George Wendt from Cheers.
It does look like George.
Elaine from Seinfeld.
Yes.
Yes.
It's some weird made-for-TV movie where Seinfeld meets Cheers.
Somebody from Friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jennifer Aniston from Friends. Yeah, exactly. Or Phoebe, what's her name? Lisa Kudrow. Cut 3 here, Phil. This is according to Amy Parnes, the other author of this book, Fight Inside the Wildest Battle for the White House. According to her, Nancy Pelosi wanted an open primary to, quote, avoid the disaster that was Kamala Harris.
Isn't it funny? You talk about inside the White House with disasters. Every time Trump and one of his allies disagree on one thing, it's 6 sources report to Politico that there's dysfunction and chaos. Meanwhile, Joe and Kamala despise each other and hate each other's guts. We don't hear about it till afterwards.
Roll this.
I mean, Pelosi made the decision to step down for another generation, right? Just a year earlier. Did she feel like that she could make that argument to Biden? Did she try to?
I think she thought that she could make the argument to Biden, but I think she made it to him like, why would you want to subject yourself to Donald Trump? Not you're going to lose to Donald Trump. I think they were all sort of, thinking that they were losing this race and that they had to do something drastic to change the trajectory of it. But, of course, she watches the debate. She's unhappy. And she thinks that, she doesn't want Democrats to rush into anything in that moment because she thinks, oh, gosh, if they rush him out, then Kamala Harris is going to be in. And she doesn't think that Kamala Harris can win. So it's sort of she's in a pickle in that moment.
So she really wanted a mini primary.
Yes, absolutely. And she talked to people about that, and she, Barack Obama also wanted the mini primary. We report on all these sort of behind the scenes conversations. A couple of phone calls between Pelosi and Obama, basically all the principles and how they're talking to each other about all this. And I think what it boils down to is she knew that Joe Biden, and I think her thinking evolved a little bit on this over time, but her thinking was Biden had to get out and that Harris was a disaster. And what she was trying to do was get Biden to get out in time that the Democrats could choose someone other than Harris.
We always sit there and talk about how next level diabolical and smart the Democrats are. They're not as smart as they think they are. They gaslit us for multiple years on Joe's cognitive abilities. And then the oh shit.
Oh,
sorry.
jeez.
I'm sorry. The oh crap moment.
OSHA. You're talking about OSHA, the
Occupational Safe Healthy Administration. Yeah. So the oh
Exactly,
crap. The oh crap moment comes on June 27th in Atlanta, where Joe just totally pooped the bed.
Yeah.
And they had no plan.
Literally, actually.
Yes. And they could have. Now here's the thing. Remember back in April, 2 months earlier, Morning Joe, Mika, and Joe. This is the best version of Joe. He's sharp as a tack. They could have pulled the plug and stopped gaslighting us, and then had that, quote, mini primary. But they took it so far, and then it became indefensible that they did. What did they have? 107 days, I think, was the total time from when they yanked. This was when Joe officially dropped out. We were just finishing the bike ride in Atlantic City. It was Sunday, July 21st. We're at the little 1210 tent. Stocker's sitting there with his kid. I've got sunburn and chafing between my thighs, and everybody's coming up saying, "Hey, Kayal, Joe Biden just dropped out." They didn't even have time for a mini primary, which is why they trotted out Kamala and old Timmy Walls.
Yeah, but you know what the excuse is now? Jen Psaki on her little podcast. Oh, she only had 107 days. No, she didn't. She had 4 years. Everybody saw how inept she was for 4 years. So just because she only had 107 days as the official candidate doesn't mean that people didn't know that she too was a phony, that she couldn't ever say anything that made any sense. Everything was word salad. So now they're trying to help Kamala Harris after the fact when we knew she was just a DEI pick, because that's what Joe Biden said he was going to do.
Yep.
Hire, get a DEI vice president.
They did.
Never figuring that he would never make it to the second, to run for the complete second term.
You can say a lot about Pelosi, honestly, most of it awful. But the one thing that woman knows is politics.
She's a savage.
Yeah, absolutely.
She knows
Absolutely.
politics. And the fact that she was telling everybody behind the scenes that Kamala Harris is a disaster, they should have listened.
They should have listened
They
to her.
should have listened to her.
But they didn't.
They
But
didn't.
now, let me ask you this. Because of what happened last night with the election, we had Wisconsin, we had Florida. Is the conversation we're having now, is this now the end for Democrats and all the different shows to say, well, that's the past. Kamala, Schmamala, Obama. You know what I mean? Now they're pivoting, and I think that's part of the reason they all want to talk about Wisconsin.
Are you saying that you're trying to turn the page?
Turn the page.
Democrats trying to turn the page.
Turn the page.
Turn
Yeah.
the page.
Well, we have to turn the page on the cut sheet and take a break.
okay,
But
right.
I have so much more.
How many hours left on this?
24 hours
cut sheet?
left on this cut sheet. By the way, there
Okay.
was a JFK hearing yesterday that Oliver Stone took part in. Lauren Boebert also made an ass out of herself like she normally does.
Do we have video of the business? That's all I care
Would.
about.
What is the correct
dopey.
answer?
There's no facts to back anything up.
Would for 25 hours.
And Bill Burr weighs in on the Luigi Mangione death penalty that they're trying to get for him. Pam Bondi announced that she wants the death penalty for Luigi Mangione because he's kind of been on this weird tangent where he just goes and he supports Luigi Mangione. So a reporter asked him about that outside the Kennedy Center the other night, and we have all of that on
All
the
right.
other side.
Kayal and company as we turn the page on the cut sheet and we focus.
Turn the page.
Yes.
Turn the page.
And it's time to turn a new era in lawn care. That's why I suggest you use the same lawn care company that I use, which is Natural Lawn of America. Because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and your pets. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals, and they use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of those family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get a free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, you call Natural Lawn today at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Turn the page on your old lawn care company and call Natural Lawn today. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of or in any consultation with or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-843-1313. 800-843-1313.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6481.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day, with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
You might think this show is crazy. You might think this is unscripted chaos, but it's not. It's just well-rehearsed, contained chaos. It's like a football game, actually. We butt heads.
Like
we
Cory
bang.
Booker, but
yeah.
like Cory Booker, but with salient points occasionally.
Right. Occasionally.
You know what I mean?
Occasionally.
We sprinkle in some lucid thoughts from time to time. As we continue with Tony Bruno and the cut sheet on a Wednesday morning.
So they had a hearing yesterday for the JFK files. Filmmaker Oliver Stone testify on the JFK assassination files that were released, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago? I don't remember.
Yeah, I've already forgotten because it didn't tell us a whole bunch of them.
Well, it told us that the CIA has their hands in a lot more than we thought they did.
Yeah, you're on that, aren't you?
Like the Vatican.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yes.
Just saying. Just saying. All right, Oliver Stone, who made a movie that didn't come true. So, of course, he gets... Well, although because it was... I guess it was because of that movie, right, in 91 or 92, that they... Some act was passed because of that movie, correct? Do I have that right?
Is that right?
I believe so. Somebody can fact check me on that.
Okay.
But I'm almost positive that it's because of that movie that Congress reopened some sort of a case in something.
Well, because the movie, I think, helped create or fuel the conspiracy theories.
Well, I mean,
so it kind of exploded.
Everybody remembers that final scene. I don't think it's a final scene, but that famous scene with the Donald Sutherland, where he's just going through in rapid fire the entire case. He lays out the entire case in like a great 4-minute soundbite. Of course, none of that was true. All right, roll Oliver Stone, please.
I asked the committee to reopen what the Warren Commission failed miserably to complete. I ask you in good faith, outside all political considerations, to reinvestigate the assassination of this President Kennedy from the scene of the crime to the courtroom, which never happened, but which means the chain of custody on the rifle, the bullets, the fingerprints, the autopsy that defies belief, and that if it were a murder, we'd have given to the poorest man dying in a gutter. Let us reinvestigate the fingerprints of intelligence all over Lee Harvey Oswald from 1959 to 1960, his violent death in 1963. And most importantly, this CIA, whose muddy footprints are all over this case, a true interrogation.
And then Roger Stone took the stand and he gave his spin on it. You know, it's interesting.
I have that, yes.
No, is that true? You really do?
So
Roger
no,
Stone,
no.
I was making a joke.
Lauren Boebert because she's not bright, confused Roger Stone and Oliver Stone.
Oh, okay.
Roll this.
I didn't know this.
Because Roger Stone wrote the book about how he believes that LBJ was at the center of the assassination of JFK.
Got it.
And Lauren Boebert, because she does no research whatsoever.
Well, she's vaping in theaters.
Said this. Roll it.
Mr. Stone, you wrote a book accusing LBJ of being involved in the killing of
just go hook
President
up with
Kennedy.
Kid Rock.
Did these most recent releases confirm or negate your initial charge?
Huh? What?
Being involved in the assassination.
He's like, what is this dumb broad talking about?
She's talking about Raj?
President Kennedy.
No, I didn't. In the film, if you look closely, there's no such statements. No, I didn't. If you
Yes,
look
sir.
closely at the film, there's no. It accuses the President Johnson
Okay.
of being part of a complicit in a cover-up of the case, but not in the assassination itself, which I don't know.
What do you think that he was complicit with? Yes, sir. I'll get to you.
The cover-up. Well, how about, for starters, appointing Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA, who was fired by Kennedy, to the commission itself, to the Warren Commission. And he goes to almost every meeting, and he's pretty much in charge of the Warren Commission from the beginning. Alan Dulles. That's part of the evidence that points to President Johnson's either incompetence or involvement.
Mr. Morley, I think you had something to add on that.
I think you're confusing Mr. Oliver Stone with Mr. Roger Stone.
Sorry.
There's the whole.
It's Roger Stone who implicated LBJ in the assassination of the president. It's not my friend
What
Oliver
an
Stone.
embarrassment. I may have misinterpreted that.
Yeah,
and I
misinterpreted
apologize
it.
for
It was
that.
the entire basis of your question.
Yeah, if Tony Bruno or I misspeak and say Roger Stone instead of Oliver Stone by mistake, it's one thing. When you're on Capitol Hill and you're building your entire statement around a theory, you have to have the actors correct, right?
Here's what I'll take from that she quickly realized, because she can hear them whispering, and she realized she mixed up those two. But it also shows Oliver Stone clearly was being whispered to. She's confusing, but Oliver Stone chose to be gracious because he's very focused on he said in the first clip you talked about that he doesn't want to be political. So Oliver Stone chose to not call her out on what then Morley couldn't resist. And he just said no in the movie, and he gives her a window to say in the movie he's talking about, the vice president and so on and so forth. So it just shows you Oliver Stone, he's very serious about this. He wants bipartisan support. He truly believes, some people say it's a myth since his 1991 movie, but he believes that the CIA and others were complicit.
No, you're right. And the other guy is the historian. The other guy who was testifying,
Morley,
and I'm not going to defend Lauren. Yeah, Morley. He knows that it was the shot came from the front, not from behind. All of the information that he has from the doctors and the people involved, that there's no way Lee Harvey Oswald was the killer. And some people said he was actually walking in the crowd behind it. So the thing that's interesting to me, Ben Boebert obviously wasn't ready, and she looked like an idiot. But at least she stuck to the actual topic, as opposed to Jasmine Crockett and the Democrats, who wanted to make it about the signal situation from a week ago. They didn't even address the issue at hand, which is the JFK assassination files. They were going in different directions, not even talking about the JFK investigation.
Well, I would just love to ask people, when we talk about JFK, are there actually people out there that believe that it is the way the Warren Commission told us and that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone? That percentage has got to be so small at this point. That's what Harry Enton's next data splurge of holy cows and oh my goodness graciouses should be about. How many people actually believe that it was just Lee Harvey Oswald alone? In that information dump that we got 2 weeks ago on the JFK files, one of the things that I was reading was about how Jack Ruby and Oswald, they met up together before this happened. Yep. Why would they meet up together before? It's so obvious the CIA was directly involved with this. So obvious.
By the way, Tony referenced the JFK Facts co-founder. Phil, this is cut 26 here. He was on with Jesse Waters last night saying, Tony, what you said, that he does not believe Oswald was responsible for Kennedy's death Bob Morley, is that his name? Yeah, roll this.
Jefferson, you said at that hearing that you don't believe that Oswald killed JFK?
No, the evidence doesn't support that. You know, you need to pay attention to the testimony of the Dallas doctors and the people who attended JFK's autopsy. You have dozens of people who said that they saw a blowout wound in the back of Kennedy's head caused by a gunshot from the front. So that shot could not have been fired by Lee Harvey Oswald. So no, I don't believe Oswald was responsible for Kennedy's death. The evidence doesn't support that claim.
Where would the round have come from then?
From in front. Dr. Robert McClellan was one of the doctors at Parkland Hospital who attempted to save Kennedy's life. He was standing at the top of the gurneys as the technicians tried to resuscitate the badly wounded president. And when he looked down, he saw this blowout wound in the back of Kennedy's head. And he said to one of the doctors, he said, "My God, did you see that?" And the other doctor said, "Yes." 13 years later, when Dr. McClellan saw the Zapruder film, the home movie of the gunfire that claimed President Kennedy's life, he said, quite frankly, that bullet came from the grassy knoll. So this isn't Morley's theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's what the doctor who tried to save Kennedy's life said. Yes, I know Gerald Posner came along and wrote a book many years later and tried to impugn Dr. McClellan's testimony, and he failed. Dr. McClellan was a beloved doctor at Parkland Hospital, a mentor to generations. There's no reason to doubt his testimony about what he saw about the nature of President Kennedy's wounds. So to repeat, the evidence does not support the notion that Lee Harvey Oswald killed the president. He could not have fired a shot from the front.
Wow. It doesn't matter all the facts that are released on this. We're never gonna have consensus on this.
Nope.
There's still gonna be people that are gonna question this.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, what did releasing the documents even do?
The bigger issue I have with
It's
all
just-
of this. Go ahead, Tony.
No, it's just I think that we all know now, and listen. I grew up in that era. I remember when JFK was killed. I was a little kid. My dad died the year before JFK. So it was a tumultuous time in this country with the assassinations of not just JFK but RFK and Martin Luther King. So assassinations were the big thing back then. And I remember Arlen Specter and the Warren Commission and all the other things. I think what Roger Stone. Right. See, I did it again.
Well, the biggest. You talk about assassinations being the big thing, but we're talking about something that happened. My God, how long ago? What's the total math? 30 to 20, 58, whatever it is, 60 years ago. You know, there was assassinations were kind of in the news for like 9 minutes in the summer of 2024.
Yeah,
and there's no.
But everybody now knows. I think the bottom line is we know the CIA was complicit. The government. This was a government hit job on JFK because they didn't like the way the whole Bay of Pigs thing happened and the Cubans and the Russians and all this other stuff. So there's no doubt. JFK was not killed by Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah,
he was a stooge put up to it, and then Jack Ruby comes in. So if you don't know the story, I mean, you have to go way back. Now Corn Pop was on the grassy knoll. I think people believe that too.
Yeah, Corn Pop was a bad dude.
He was a bad dude. So
The hell with that.
Exactly. I think that I'd like to know if the CIA was involved. Because I think they were. I think the government set up JFK because they wanted him out, and then they wanted his brother out, who was the attorney general.
Yep.
So tell me this wasn't a conspiracy to get rid of the Kennedy. Only Bobby Kennedy lived. Only the Lion of the Senate, who killed a woman in a car in Chappaquiddick,
Teddy.
He became the Lion of the Senate.
I know.
Yes.
I know. Teddy Kennedy. Kennedys.
Teddy Kennedy. That's Teddy. Teddy Chappaquiddick. Teddy.
Hideous family.
With all due respect to JFK, the bigger question is why nobody's talking about Donald Trump's assassination attempts. That's the bigger issue I have. I mean, you think about this.
Well,
July
because they've
13th.
covered that up too.
Yeah, well,
they've covered that up.
Where is all the investigations? Why do we not know anything about Thomas Matthew Crooks and Ryan Wesley Ruth? When there's a shooting in this country, we know the shooter's entire social media history. We know their profile. We know everything they have done in their entire life, what they stood for, who they voted for, what color hat they wear. And we know very little to nothing on both of these guys. That should be the question Americans have. Doesn't matter if you like
Exactly.
JFK. Doesn't matter if you despise Donald Trump and you hate his guts. We've gotten squat on 2 attempts, separated by what? 9 weeks?
Pam Bondi announced that they're seeking the death penalty for Luigi Mangione, somebody that has been vocally supporting, I guess, Luigi Mangione, because, I mean, he claims he hasn't been, but he said on Kimmel or one of those shows, Free Luigi is Bill Burr.
Yeah.
So he was outside the Kennedy Center. This is cut 27, Phil. He was outside the Kennedy Center where a reporter asked him about it. He didn't like the fact that the reporter was asking him this question because he said, I'm here to support Conan, because I guess they were honoring Conan O'Brien. This was actually a couple weeks ago, I think. I don't know why this is making the rounds now. Roll what he said.
Tell us about your reaction to Luigi Mangione. I was reading up, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said what I felt about it, and I said what a lot of people said.
Some people took it that way. So could you clarify what you think?
No, I'm not going to just have some controversial moment so you can get clicks. I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this. What are you going to bring up next? The Middle East? I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years in high school. I'm not qualified to talk about this.
I was just.
What do you think about global warming?
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth. I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence
I don't watch
that's
the
going on
news.
in Tesla?
I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. You're a journalist.
Comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck. You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back. And it's not my job. I am a dancing clown.
Wait a minute. Bill Burr's the one that's been interjecting his political thoughts on everything under the sun for the last 6 months. How many times have we seen Bill Burr with a political commentary on some show? And now, because was that a Newsmax reporter? Who was that?
It doesn't matter. It's the venue. He's there promoting he's promoting a project, and he does not want to talk about politics when he's on that media junket.
To me, Bill Burr, you lack balls, sir, because you're the first one to
His
spout
wife
off all
took
the
his
time.
balls away from him.
She did.
This guy used to be edgy.
Yep.
He used to be funny, and now he's just another hack, left-wing hack who let his wife must take his balls every night and put him in a safe somewhere. This guy has jumped the shark. He's no longer a relevant guy.
Big balls.
He went from edgy to absolutely smooth. He's a marble. He went from edgy to being a marble. He's got no edge.
He went from being a sharp to being a marble.
Exactly right.
I wanted to get through this with Tony. We teased it the other day. When Trump was taking questions in the Oval Office, he was asked about his former daughter-in-law, Vanessa, who's now in a relationship with Tiger Woods.
Yes.
And somebody asked him about it, and he answered. Roll it.
But I am just curious. What is your thought about Tiger Woods now becoming part of the broader Trump family?
Well, I love Tiger, and I love Vanessa, and they had a great relationship. I happen to think the relationship with my son, I happen to think the relationship was hurt very badly by the witch hunt that went on, Russia, and all the crap that they put Don through, who knew nothing about it. But Vanessa and Don had a very good relationship. They have incredible children, 5 incredible children. All good athletes, all great students, they're like great. And they broke up, quite a while ago. And which was to me very sad because I think they're both great. Don and Vanessa and Tiger actually called me a few months ago, and I have a very special, very good relationship with Tiger. I played golf with him a couple of times over the last month, and he's a fantastic guy and a fantastic athlete. And he told me about it, and I said, Tiger, that's good. That's good. I'm very happy for both. I just let them both be happy. Let them both be happy. They're both great.
Tiger calls me and he says, "Sure, I'm with Don Jr. Sachs." How about that tea time we have coming up, Mr. President? Are we still on?
By the way, Don Jr.'s ex-wife, would. I mean, let's be honest.
Did you see, by the way, did you see the video of Kai Trump and Charlie Woods, Tiger's son, together in a golf competition? You
Really?
talk about great golfers.
Yeah. Really? No, I didn't see that.
Tiger's boy and Don Jr.'s daughter, who's going to Miami on a full
Wait
golf ride.
a minute. Come on. Trump's a racist. He doesn't like black. He's never going to have black people around him. What's the matter with you, man?
Do you think Tiger votes for Trump?
Of course he does.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 100%.
He's got millions of dollars to protect. You think he's going to just give it away to politicians?
No, he just gives it away to surgeons and doctors to repair his body.
Let's move out to Tucson, Arizona, shall we? This is courtesy of
Are we
Channel...
taking the show on the road? Are we moving?
Channel 13. I'd love to go to Arizona.
Oh, I'll never come back.
Channel 13 News. These two masked women who refuse to identify themselves are starting a campaign to make Tucson a sanctuary city.
Sunglasses and masks.
Yes. Yeah. You
It's
have
like
to
your
see
bank
this.
robbery kit.
You have to
nowadays.
see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like button.
ridiculous.
Please hit the like and subscribe button. Roll it.
Look at these kooks.
The country has been shaken with numerous executive orders and fundamental changes
Why
in
do
the
they have
government
masks on?
that infringe upon the rights
Stop
and
the spread.
well-being of every single
What?
person that resides
They're
in the United
outside.
States.
And sunglasses.
The organizers
Well,
went
they're
on
not
to say that
socially
they
distanced.
understand
Yeah.
that there is only so much that the city can do and that they are trying, but they want to see those words become action. They explain the campaign is modeled after many other sanctuary cities across the country, most recently Boston, which the organizers explained is the format for the sanctuary city they are proposing, one where it's not just for immigrants but for all marginalized communities.
We would really like to protect the rights and well-being of all marginalized communities.
I can't hear you.
and
Can you speak
under
up?
the current administration, that is all of us.
The organizers are currently trying to get over 5,000 signatures to really make it known to City Council that this is what the community wants, and they say they're already receiving a lot of support. However, Kathleen Wynne, chairman of the Pima County Republican Party, says she is hearing differently, adding that sanctuary cities are set up so that people can, quote, circumvent the law, and that law and order needs to be restored in Tucson and Pima County to ensure businesses and the community can continue to thrive.
I always love a good protest or a good cause when you cover up and conceal your entire face.
Yeah.
You know, whether it's good, whether
In
it's
Tucson,
sanctuary.
Arizona.
Yeah.
In Tucson, Arizona, closer to the border than pretty much every other city and in Arizona. And these two chicks are out there marching for sanctuary city status.
Yeah, whether
and,
it's
and they probably think that the MS-13 guys are like fathers, like the story about the guy
In Maryland. Yeah.
Oh, he was a father.
He's a family man.
He was a father.
Yeah.
The guy was a trafficker. The guy was not just a father who got arrested. I mean, that's how crazy the world is now. These are criminals. These are not good. Remember when Trump, first term, when he called MS-13 gangs, and then Nancy Pelosi said, they're all God's children. Remember that? In Trump's first term, he called out MS-13, and he was warning people way before Tren de Aragua became a thing. MS-13 was a gang in this country for decades.
Yep.
And then Trump was called a racist for calling them criminals, and they're in the country. And then Nancy Pelosi said, they're all God's children. So now Tren de Aragua are all, we're all God's children. Some of them are Satan's children. That's the problem.
The biggest
You know
issue
what I'm
I
saying?
have with all these dopes, whether it's sanctuary cities marching for Gaza and Palestine, or these other groups that like to get off of the subways in cities, and everybody says, "Oh, they're white supremacist marching groups." If you believe your cause is righteous, you don't conceal your identity, right?
Exactly. They're hiding their faces.
Yeah.
But I will also say this, that it's a sin in America today that trending, if you look at the trends on social media, Maryland father, when these guys, they keep coming back, and all the officials from the government are saying, no, they show the tattoos. They said these guys are not just criminals or accused criminals. These are some of the worst of the worst. These are violent child rapists, predators, human traffickers. And the fact that the media, where were they equally talking about when you think about like Lakin or Rachel?
Exactly.
Or what's the other little girl, Jocelyn?
Yep.
They're not talking about any of these
Nongari,
other, right?
Yeah.
It's a sin.
When you're a scumbag and you've broken the law and you're a criminal, I'm not interested in your past military service. I'm not interested in if you've raised 4 daughters. The headline is scumbag. All right.
It's not even scumbag. That's kind, Nick.
I know.
These guys are murderers, rapists, and child rapists.
Let's look at a video.
Yeah, and traffickers.
Yeah, let's.
I mean, these are the worst of the worst.
While you're doing this, why don't you play the video, Phil? You can just play you don't have to play the audio. Here's the video of a bunch of criminals from El Salvador going back to El Salvador.
You know, I saw this a few days ago. I know you've been sitting on this for a while.
I have.
Here's my takeaway. They're flying in more comfortable seats than I use on Frontier. So I don't want to hear about their rights. They're going free. It looks like they're flying damn near close to first class.
Why are they all clapping?
Exactly.
Like, why are they all? They all seem to be super happy that they're going back to El Salvador.
Yeah.
Well, it was unlimited drinks. I mean, they had they got vouchers.
Yeah.
They got vouchers. They got a couple of nice meals. They got a credit card. And they got some money from Doge.
Yeah.
To get them the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying?
They also didn't have to realize that they had to deal with a flight attendant that's going to walk around and try to pimp them a credit card, or the in-flight movie is Home Alone 2.
We should break and come back and do Dawn's Big Three.
All right, let's do that.
That's right. Oh, it's after 9 o'clock already?
Yeah, it's
wow.
it's 9:15.
Time is just flying by.
We only have another,
22 hours left for the cut sheet. Yeah.
Can we do it?
We can do it.
Kayal and Company, Big Three, wrapping with Bruno on the other side. Stay right there.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With tariffs and a potential trade war sending ripples through the stock market, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. I think you owe it to yourself and to your family to take a look at crash-proof retirement. A lot of people are worried about the tariffs, but I know I'm not going to lose anything when the market comes down. My investments are going to be protected in the crash-proof system. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor by 2 to 1. That's interest credit that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for Crash-Proof, and it'll be great for my family and my future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day on Liberation Day. The Trump tariff announcements expected around 4 p.m. Eastern today, according to the little graphic on television that I'm looking at right now. Tony Bruno is with us for a couple of more minutes. The Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by Window Nation, is coming up at the bottom of the hour, and your chance for Phillies tickets. Phillies and the Giants, Tuesday, April 15th, Jackie Robinson Day at the ballpark, courtesy of the Phillies and Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip in just about 30 minutes from now. But before that, let's get down to the news. Some other stories that are out there. Time for Dawn Stensland's final Big Three at 9 before she goes to Italy.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal & Company.
Sponsored by Natural Lawn of America. Number one, I will start with Doge and Elon Musk, a story trending right now that Elon Musk accusing this U.S. Institute of Peace, USIP, of deleting a terabyte of financial data that he alleges they tried to cover up crimes by deleting this huge amount of financial data. But then he'd put out on social media, actually on his X, that they deleted the terabyte of financial data to cover their crimes, but they don't understand technology, so we recovered it. Now, I'll point out that many news agencies this morning have been asking for the proof of that. I don't see the proof or the details of that as far as recovering what financial data, but Doge is claiming that this USIP, in fact, funded, and these are your tax dollars funneled through an NGO, non-government organization, right, funded, but that they were going to, among others, Afghanistan's former chief of protocol, who'd been a member of the Taliban, as well as funding going to the Iraqi League for Youth. And so asking the question, why are these individuals getting, at the end of the day, your tax dollars?
Well, let's pretend that I know nothing about technology for a moment. Is a terabyte bigger than a gigabyte or a megabyte?
Yeah,
Tera is bigger.
It
Tera's
sounds
huge.
bigger.
Tera's huge.
Yeah, I'm thinking like pterodactyl. Tera, big.
Or Tara Patrick, one of my favorites of all time, if you understand.
Is that your
what I'm
nephew?
talking about. No.
Tara Patrick.
Only those with a warped mind or a certain affinity for quality human beings would understand the Tara Patrick meant.
Like omelets better than sex.
Exactly. Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
I will say this, that they had 300 employees, this USIP, this Peace Institute, they had 300 employees until they were all fired or dismissed, and that was just recently. And so Musk has made all these allegations about them. Again, I don't have any of the background of this or financial data that I can search through to say that I can confirm any of this. These are all claims being made. But Musk and the Doge team and now other government officials who are investigating this are claiming that, among other things, that this organization was not only just fraudulent, but funded these criminals who who were among them terrorists.
Okay.
So that's number one. Number two, as we were looking at, there's a story that I sent to you guys. I don't have the backing of this as far as what is being revealed, but there is a story out of the Washington Times that the House Task Force, the investigation team, they keep on revealing new details. Now, this one was dated December 30th, but then it was trending and being updated. So there's something going on with the Butler, PA assassination attempt.
No, I just talked about why we haven't heard much about that. I'll be damned.
So I don't know if it's Nick Kayal prompting people to just repost these things. I was talking to Phil Omquist about this. Do you see anything out there? Because we're always watching this. What's trending? Are they going to come out more with more information from the House Task Force investigators? So I honestly don't see anything more. Nick Kayal called for it. Maybe you're being a little psychic, but we're always fascinated, not just because we're in Pennsylvania and it's local, but for obvious reasons.
Trump said like a week or two ago that there was a task force getting to the bottom of this, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
what's going on?
Yeah.
And when we say get to the bottom of it, we'll have a file dump that'll tell us a whole bunch of nothing. Which, honestly, if I'm Trump, I would. Here's the God's honest truth, the question. Do you think Trump knows all the details behind his own assassination attempt?
He knows more than he's saying. He's alluded to it.
Well, yeah.
Because he gets the full briefings. He can't say it, though.
Wow. Well, with this, will they send a bunch of social media influencers to the White House to give them binders full of nothing?
They did not send them to the White House for that purpose. We did learn that. It was embarrassing. But
okay, they weren't there for that purpose.
They weren't there
but
for
they
that
got
purpose.
they got a binders full of nothing.
Right. Somebody
that
thought
they
it
all
was a good idea.
held up and said, "Look at us! Look at us! Now we'll have more followers."
Still waiting for my binder.
It's the worst binder since
the binder
since Mitt Romney with binders full of women.
Yeah,
Mitt
that's
Romney
right. I
had the
forgot.
binders
That's a
full of
great.
women.
That's a great
Bruno
reference.
with the callback.
I gotta disagree.
I always have these facts that I just pull out of the sky.
Mitt Romney
binders full of women.
That seems like ages ago. The Mitt Romney binders full of women.
How dare you disrespect Karine Jean-Pierre, the reincarnation of the binder? I miss her. Don't you guys miss her?
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
come talk to me.
Maybe the hat jack.
I would refer you to the House Counsel.
Yeah, I miss her.
And so I don't want to do a Boebert and conflate two people, but I believe that on the original task force here in Butler, PA, on the assassination attempt, among the Republicans, I believe one of them who has been on the task force, who's now promoted within the Trump administration, is Mike Waltz, right?
Oh.
Did he
that
use
is the Waltz, right?
Did he use a Gmail for that?
TikTok.
Was he communicating with AOL Instant Messenger?
Number 3, I don't know. Since I'm going to Italy, I had to find like a fun Italy story.
Yeah.
So Italy now, did you know that they're changing their constitution to make it tougher? And this goes back to the 1800s in Italy, making it tougher to become a citizen.
Oh, is that right?
It's an outrage.
So in Italy, it has long been standard procedure that if you can prove that you have heritage, dating back or going back to Italy, and you have at least one living relative who's Italian, you can get, a co-citizenship, that sort of thing. They're wiping that out. They're now cracking down because they've had problems with illegal immigration. Yeah.
Huh.
So they're
I got more
cracking
living
down.
relatives in Italy now than I do in the United States. So I should get right in there. I should have a first class seat on the next Italia flight straight to Palermo, Sicily.
Yeah. Well, you can go with Dom in a couple of weeks when he goes.
Exactly.
Go with me this
Dom's
week.
not doing it till the fall, right?
Yeah.
That's the fall. That's
you
when
have
it's coming
time.
up.
Don, are you going to Palermo as well?
So this trip last year was southern Italy. Now we're northern Italy. So Milan, Tuscany, Cinque Terre. The weather's beautiful. Cinque Terre. Bruno, they should make Tony Bruno an honorary, give you the key to the city, whichever city you want. Right?
I say we just make him.
Palermo,
I say we just make him the Pope.
You make him the Pope.
No, I don't want to be the Pope. No, the
Because he doesn't want to be
Pope's
celibate.
shot. No, I don't want people wheeling me up to a railing to wave at people
Yeah.
while I'm keeping everybody else suppressed inside my own little country.
Right.
I don't need my own little country.
Right.
I just need my own little balcony
Yeah.
overlooking the Gulf of America
Diane.
here in Florida. That's all I need.
Diane Feinstein has that market cornered already.
All right, sponsor.
Natural Lawn
Thank
of
you.
America, from organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls. Natural Lawn, make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn. Get free seeding every year. Free seeding every year. What are you waiting for? 800 free seed now. Natural Lawn of America.
Yeah.
Tony Bruno, great stuff, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, I got to go out now and figure out what I'm going to do for the next 23 hours.
Well, Tony's going to be filling in a couple of days for Dawn too, so we will be hearing more.
I
from
got
Tony
it. I
Bruno
didn't mark
in the
them.
next-
I got it.
We
Yes,
got
There'll
you.
be a lot of extra time.
There'll be a lot of
time, as they
extra,
say.
a lot of Bruno in the next couple of weeks.
So we'll be traveling through Tuscany, Florence, and we'll be listening to Bruno. It'll be fun.
On the Odyssey app in
Yes.
Italy, where they require voter ID. All right, thanks, Bruno.
Thanks, buddy.
Love you, Tony.
Love you,
There
Tony.
he is.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
All right, coming up next, we got him out of here relatively quick today.
Yeah.
And effortlessly. He didn't stick around and put up a fight. He's the only guy that still. Harry Mays is the exact opposite. He can't wait to leave after his appearance. All right, we'll come back. We'll get to our veteran spotlight, brought to you by Window Nation. Elena Spies will join us. There's about a 68% chance, according to Polymarket, that I butchered the way you say her name. So if I have to correct myself, I'll probably do that next. Stay right there.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now.
millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
.934, Kayal and Company. It is Wednesday, April 2nd. That would mean it's the first Wednesday of the month, and you know the drill by now. The first Wednesday of every month is our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by the great folks at Window Nation. You can check out all of their window and door needs. If you are in the market for either, visit windownation.com. As this morning, we have, now I am very, very pro-police. I think most people that listen to this show know that, and most of you are. And obviously very much pro-military. We're coming off of the TMF, Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon, and we have somebody that not only is a part of TMF, not only served her country, but also is a current New Jersey state trooper. Alina Spies is with us in studio. Alina, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm actually very well.
And I totally butchered the name as I teased your appearance last segment. I said Elena Spies, and of course your name is Alina Spies, so
That's
I got both
right.
wrong, 0 for 2. But it could be worse. I could be the Atlanta Braves and be 0 for 6.
Trust me, I've been called worse.
I have too, as well. So let's talk a little bit about your career, because it seems to me from looking at your biography that you kind of knew where you wanted to go career-wise and what path you wanted to take, perhaps younger than a lot of people. Let's start with what you did in high school, and we'll work our way toward present day.
Sure. So I joined the Army National Guard. Gosh, I'm going to date myself, but my senior year of high school in 1999. I don't know. I just always loved the military edge. I loved the competitiveness. I loved the camaraderie.
Is there a family history here or
So
lineage?
no, I'm actually the first.
Wow.
Yeah, my dad is Cuban. My mom's Puerto Rican. My dad came over. He was actually born in Cuba.
So you have feistiness in your blood.
I do.
Yeah.
And, just growing up, he always said school, 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 but he never explained how I was going to do that.
Right.
Because we're, again, from, Cuba and Puerto Rico, and we're just minorities.
Okay.
So I didn't know how I was going to pay for school, and I met my recruiter in senior year in the cafeteria. And when I learned about the National Guard and be able to do my military life and my civilian life and kind of simultaneously move up in the ranks, I was like, sign me up. I'm ready for it.
It's amazing. And you voluntarily shaved your head.
Yeah.
I did it by default because the genetics were no longer working in my favor. Wow. But you shaved your head.
I did. So the story goes, growing up, my dad, again, he had a daughter, and I'm the first. I'm the oldest of 3. And just thinking, like, how am I going to get this girl to be somebody in America, right? Because we're talking about the 1980s. So he would do little things like, hey, Alina, go and turn on a light switch. And I'd say, oh, God. Right? Like as a kid.
Yeah.
And I would go right before I put on the light switch, Alina, stop. And I would look at him like, wait a minute. You just told me I put the light switch on.
Uh-huh.
And he'd say, nope, a boy can do it better.
Oh.
And I would be so infuriated. I would put the light switch on. And I'd say, listen, I just did that better than anybody could ever put on a light
You'd
switch.
flick it
I would
emphatically.
be like, this is it. I did it better. And so I don't know if he really knew what he was doing, but he
Right.
was kind of instilling anything that you do 100%.
Yeah.
And you can. And so when I went to boot camp, guess what? The boys were beating me out to formation. I'm like, no.
Uh-huh.
I'm shaving this hair off, and I'm getting out there first. And,
That's awesome.
The original G.I. Jane.
Yes.
If you remember the Demi Moore
Yeah.
movie. from
Yes.
the
I will say, when I got back, there was no Rihanna haircuts back then, and I looked like Ralph Macchio. So, it's a humbling. It's part of the story.
Yeah.
By the way, don't feel old, Alina. My senior year was 1998, so
Oh,
I have you beat by a year. Kayal's a youngin.
Yeah,
but,
just 3 Gen Xers here having a conversation. That's all. So you're deployed to Iraq, 2004.
Yes.
I'm thinking back to 2003, the invasion, Saddam Hussein. Take us back 21 years ago. What was that deployment like?
Oh my God, you just said 21 years ago.
I know. It's flown by, right?
It's flown by. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. So, it was the beginning. It was OIF 3. So we were still, there was a lot of equipment that still wasn't over there. I, rode around non-up armored vehicles. But it was an experience that I would never trade. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from the military. I loved being in the military. I was a 73 Charlie finance specialist. So I went to PLDC, again, bringing in that feistiness. I was an honor graduate of the entire class. So when I went to Iraq, I was given the job of being a pay mission NCO. And so I would grab a group of troops and we would get into the vehicles and travel throughout the Diyala province and deliver the money. So,
Road Warrior Nick wants me to ask her to look at Nick and see if she thinks Nick is C20 compliant.
No, the answer is probably no.
I don't know what that means. Right. I'm just passing on one of our listeners.
Do you know what C20 compliant is?
Oh, I do know what C20 compliant.
So explain it. Give it to us.
So with the state police, we do have to take a physical test each year to make sure that we're still compliant. So we do push-ups, sit-ups, run, and all the way up until we retire. So even our colonel is still doing C20.
Okay. So how many push-ups? We talking 7, 8?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Or I could do do a lot of
to be compliant.
I would have to.
I can give you about 8 right now.
Well, no, then you wouldn't be compliant.
My head would get real red.
Maybe we could practice afterwards.
Yeah, we'll do that afterwards.
8 good ones. You can do 8 good ones, Kayal?
Yeah, 8 in great form, and then I'll start that. My elbows will start shaking the whole bit.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I agree.
So how many do you have to do to be C20 compliant?
So C20 compliant, because we have the range of when you first get on all the way up into our colonel. It's up there. It's over the 30s.
Okay. So you leave the military. It's 2007 going into 2008. Yep. You go from being a, proud veteran, which you always will be, but you're no longer active. You go to the state police in New Jersey. Do they have a C20 compliance for state troopers?
The C20 is for state troopers.
Oh, okay.
PT, physical, fitness test for the military, which I was the top PT in my unit.
And you are still active as an officer today.
I am.
Roughly 17 years later. What's that been like?
Oh, my God. I always think that joining the state police, which is, again, I didn't really know fully what I was getting myself into. But after going through the academy and just being here for 17 years, I would say, saved my life.
Really?
I do, yeah.
Wow.
Because leaving the military was a very hard decision for me. We were getting ready to go back multiple times because, again, that was back in, the 04, 05. We knew we were going to get out, and I had at that time, the ability to get out. Yep. So it was a hard decision. I was doing things when I got out, like flying airplanes out of Triton Airport.
Okay.
You
weren't flying the drones around Christmas, were you?
No.
Okay, because there was a lot of drone activity in New Jersey. So you talk about that transition, and that's where TMF comes in. Now, you found the state police 17 years ago. You found TMF about 6 or 7 years ago. And a lot of veterans are always searching for what they do post-military to fulfill a need, find a purpose. You've been with TMF for quite some time. Tell us about that.
TMF, so New Jersey State Police has a lot of jobs, and you can take a lot of avenues. And at the time, I was up in an office job. Someone who was working with TMF came through, and he's like, "Hey, wait, you're a combat vet. You're a vet. Have you ever heard of Travis Mannion?" And I said, "No." So he handed me over the book. I read it. My first presentation was to our Trooper Youth Week, which is our students coming over, getting a taste of what our academy is like, a taste of the New Jersey State Police. And I absolutely fell in love. And it just gave going back to the purpose of what I love to do, which is give back. I love being in front of a group. I love challenging students and others to be part of something bigger. So that's really what I just absolutely love about it.
Well, you're a great speaker. So 50 weeks from now, when Radiothon starts again in 2026, you're going to come back.
Yeah.
Tell your boss with the state police you need the day off. Find somebody else, and you're going to be with us for Radiothon.
By the way, the YouTube chat is in love with this woman. So you've made fans on our YouTube chat here. So.
Alina Spies. Yeah, you can't go wrong if you're a state trooper and you serve our country. This audience, they'll walk over broken glass for you. So great stuff.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. All brought to you by Window Nation. For all of your door and window needs, visit windownation.com. And don't get it wrong, folks. It's not Alina Spies. It's Alina Spies, or she'll kick your ass. Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You got it. We'll come back, wrap it up here on a Wednesday here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865. 800-515-1865.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, as we get set to put a bow on a Wednesday show, Jimmy Kelly saying Bill in Doylestown called in, wanted to pass along a message that he was in tears listening to the interview we just conducted and wanted to thank Elena Spies for her service. So, Bill, congratulations. Well, not congratulations, but thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the interview. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in a moment, as well as what occurred today in music history. But right now, time to win a pair of Phillies tickets with Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mr. Sullivan is considering you boys for 4 more shows. You dig? We dig. We dig, and I'm going to work it out. Just give me 5 minutes, okay? Okay. All right, groovy. It's groovy. Just give me 5, okay? Have a great show, okay? Well? Oh, come on, John. Just a word, Jim. Stones changed when they played here.
Yeah. My words, I don't care. Let's just jam.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
The great prize today and all week long, a pair of tickets to see the Philadelphia Phillies and the San Francisco Giants coming up at Citizens Bank Park on Tuesday, April 15th. If you are caller 12 with the correct answer at 855-839-1210, you are going to Jackie Robinson Day. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Now we find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 2nd, we celebrate the birthday of David Robinson from the Cars, who's 76. Heavenly birthday shouts to Leon Wilkerson from Leonard Skinner, Kurt Winter from the Guess Who, Leon Russell, and somebody I mentioned yesterday, Marvin Gaye. We also lost B.B. Dickerson from War on this day in 2021. Siglacud from Out of Nowhere by Faith No More in 90. Trampled Underfoot by Led Zeppelin in 75. What I've Done by Linkin Park in 2007. Stone Cold by Rainbow in 82. And Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger in 79. Album that could made Attraction by White Lion in 91. And Edge of Thorns by Sabotage in 93. Also in 99, the Black Crowes played a show in Knoxville. A teenager in the second row sued the band a year later for $5,000, claiming significant hearing loss. Do teenagers know there are actually things called earplugs?
No.
Side note. In 2013, just before a Bon Jovi show in Calgary, Richie Sambora leaves the band. In 57, Elvis appears for the first time outside the U.S., performing in Toronto. This and the show the next day in Ottawa were the only 2 shows he ever did outside the U.S. And a number of shows actually got announced yesterday, including Jackson Browne and AC on June 28th and Living Color at the Keswick on May 14th. But lastly, speaking of shows,
if you're going to the Disturbed Daughtry Nothing More show tonight at the Wells Fargo Center, maybe I'll see you there. And it's time to rock, baby. I'm Phil Upquist.
He's attending another show. It's unbelievable, this guy. All right, Dawn Stensland will be attending Italy very shortly.
Attending.
Yeah. What do you got lined up in your final show before you head across the pond?
Yes, so we will, our favorite local professor and financial guru will join us. Dr. Michael Bustler will join us. And just a preview of what is to come with the Rose Garden today. We won't know for sure all the deets from President Trump until his 4 p.m. Rose Garden news conference that's planned. So we're waiting for that. But ahead of time, why is the president meeting with, for example, senators today? Why, what's going on with the economy? So we'll talk about all things economic for sure. We'll start out by talking about the Day of Liberation, locally, nationally. What does that really mean? We'll take a look at that. What's up with these lawsuits against flags? Is there such a thing as an American flag that's too big? Because size does matter.
Yeah, baby.
So we'll talk about that one going on. And ahead, we just have some real treats for you, great interviews, and in between, we'll have some fun as we talk about Italia.
All right, Dawn Stensland coming up next. In Dawn's absence, Tony Bruno, Harry Mays, Sean Farish, a cast of thousands over the next few weeks. Dawn, enjoy your trip, and I'll see you when you return.
Wait, hang on, Mike.
What?
Mike and Cinnaminson.
Oh, I forgot about him.
You know how to do radio?
No.
What's the movie clip, Mike?
It's The Doors with Val Kilmer.
Thank you, Mike.
Well, you've just made your way through the doors at Citizens Bank Park, Mike. Congratulations. There you go. Mike is the winner. All right, Dawn is up next. Have a great Wednesday. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has.